How do you turn this thing on? Day 7-ish. Have a seat. Well, there's plenty of room. It's really a digital space, so does it actually count as room? They call it a chat room. Why can't it be a chat amphitheater? Or a chat mosh pit? Or, a chat arena? How prepared do you feel, if at all? For what? I'm always prepared. Whatever happened to the thing? Monster Cat copyright infringement? Though I guess it could be adapted. Several artists, not many, but some, have left Monster Cat and now are claiming songs on copyright. So now we just listen to game soundtracks all day forever. Unless I never want to monetize anything. The tournament? Well, I'm casting, and I always feel prepared to cast. And if I don't, I just say it with confidence, and I pretend to. And only some people will know that I have no idea what I'm talking about. But are you one of them? I don't think so. And you can prove that by smashing that like button and maybe even subscribe. And if we get about 350 likes on this video, on this cast, or 35 subs, and I'll stream another one. But hopefully, you've had a good day so far. Thank you for being here so early on. Hopefully it's about to get just a little bit better. No StarCraft PTR? So it has been a week and a half, and the StarCraft PTR still has glaring game-breaking bugs. Which, if you watch my first video, where my major concern was not about the changes, but about the lack of ability to fix them. The orbital command still gives you a free 2 supply. The Nexus gives you 1 less than it's supposed to. The Overlord is slower than Wings of Liberty. Every single build is fucked up, and I'm done dealing with it. So we're going to play a modern game. Welcome to Age of Empires 2. They still have not fixed it. And these are basic stat changes. They are not design changes. These are, the numbers are just wrong. They're just wrong. Like, they're not intentionally wrong. They're just wrong. So, when we spend 2 weeks figuring out how to change several numbers in the editor, once we get done with that, maybe we'll play some more. Versions again? Many people to rank up will just play the same civ over and over and over again, get to a certain level, and then be too scared to play any other civ, because they will probably tank. Kind of like I did when I switched out Vietnamese. But I'm feeling like I'm just going to give up on the more wide stance and focus more on scouts into knights like everyone else. Well, when it comes to scouts, you have the Franks, which are clearly, well, many ways, just better. I believe the Burgundians have something. Stable tech is cheaper. Economic upgrades in Dark Age. There's the Magyars with their free attack upgrades. We have, of course, Mongols with upgrades that are a little bit later on. There's Huns, which I actually don't have any direct scout upgrades, I don't think. Nor knight. What about the camel civs? Too complicated. Well, Persians are technically a camel civ, but... see if Spirit of the Law has a video. There's one from 5 years ago, which is probably a little outdated. I wish there was a ordering. I wonder if there's a site that orders the civs by their type. I mean, we can always just, if you really want to get meta, you can look at the literal meta. Top 5 civilizations by win rate: Romans, Vikings, Shu, Malay. I think that's all levels. And then 1900 plus: Shu, Franks, Romans. Where's my... a little more. And then from 1200 plus, which includes the highest level, Romans, Chinese, Vikings. Ah, I see. The win rate by game length. 58% less than 20 minutes, 56% 20 to 30, and then... I see. I'm starting to get a feel for their greatest strengths. Chinese, on the other hand, the exact opposite. Which is my experience as well, if I don't die to knights or scouts and knights. Quite complicated. Vikings, more macro. Hindustanis. Malians. We have a longer list here. I guess you can go by. I guess the Burgundian eco upgrades kicking in. That's quite a... oh wait, no. The y-axis is tiny. Between 49 and 51. Though, I don't think this is quite right, because it says the Khitans have a 0% win rate. And I lost a game to them at 1200 plus yesterday, so... I feel like that can't be accurate. Maybe they're just not updated on them. I'm the only one. It's a statistical... it was supposed to be an outlier. I'm looking to see if any are standout here. Well, besides the Romans being... apparently #1. There aren't that many. This feels like not that many games. Oh, this is 1900 plus. Okay, 21,000 games. These are only players who are actually good. That's not what I want. I want players who are bad but think they're good, which is my level. Which seems like it should be the AoE stats. But I just don't think it's right. Because literally 0% win rate on some. Tetons were never picked. Maybe it's just because... Are they the newest civs? What are you deciding? Which civ I'm going to scout rush with? Vietnamese. That's my experience. The early castle win rate is not so great. And is definitely more of a skill issue. Mongols don't have huge bonuses for Scout Rush. Honestly, Magyars are pretty good in that. This is also getting a feel for confirming my stereotypes of how good each civ is at a certain point in the game. Like, I don't think necessarily the win rate is that critical, but like, if it has 5% less win rate below 30 minutes, like Burgundians at 40% at 20 to 30, and then that it's pretty clear. You've got the Franks, of course, which I guess dying to Drushes is not uncommon. Lowest win rate is against Romans. What are the Romans weak against? This is 1200 plus. Not that many games, but I don't think this is reliable info to go off of. I mean, it's when you see the graph of 40% below 30 minutes, it's pretty clear you're not focused on early aggression, or at least you don't find a lot of success. Villagers are just better in every way. Armor upgrades are doubled. I tried some, but that was before I really had a grasp. But that's not scout rushing, bro. They don't have bombard cannons. They're missing some of the late game. Interesting. The Mayans spiking at early castle. Foot archers cost less. Nothing super clear. I guess that's exactly when the archers kick in. Probably the strongest. I don't want to just play Franks. Well, Franks are the most obvious. And it's super obvious when you load in as Franks what you're going to do. That doesn't mean you can necessarily stop it. We'll play one. Always against AI. Every time I haven't played like one quick AI game, something's gone wrong, like technical issues. So rabbits, those are pretty far out. Bring it home. Oh, they're there. Wait, the foragers. Is it Franks with foragers that work faster? Yeah. I do not. I don't know how many tiles that 2 or 1. I want 1, but always the awkward angles. Not work how I wanted. Oh my god, you idiots. I'm a little bit off to the side. Just give up. You idiots. Disappointed. Also, too many villas. Oh yeah, sure. Just get. Okay, well, perfect. Now we see these geniuses unable to figure out what a tree is. Warm up game. I don't know about milling the rabbits, but off we go. Wow, the positioning of that. I think that's technically a wall. Famous words. I wouldn't build it here, but the berries are already there, so let's see, is that a wall? Well, you can't walk out that way, so. Were there only 4 or 5 rabbits? Like, worst case. Fuck it, just wall between it. It's like, what? A wolf killed his scout? How does that even happen?
fait. Maro, Terax, Libet. Pastisor. Pastisor. Terax, Pastisor. Kate. Pastisor. Pastisor.
Que fait? Libet. Prêt. Pastisor.
Oé, fait. Prêt. Oilert. Pastisor. Fait. Oé.
Prêt. Libet.
Kate.
Testing the wall. Somehow it is actually a wall. What a miracle. At least on that side, obviously.
Kate, Libet, Terax. Pastisor, Mineo. Bûcheron. Terax, Libet. Oé, Lina. Mineo.
Hey, you don't need bloodlines. Just Franks.
À la bataille. Prêt. Terax. Libet. Pastisor. Prêt. Libet. Libet. Que fait?
Didn't need to finish that.
Oé, Libet. Pastisor. Oé. Pastisor, prêt. Bûcheron. Kate, Libet. Bûcheron. Prêt. Bûcheron. Maro. Lina. Terax. Terax. Libet. Pastisor. Kate. Oé. Pastisor. Pastisor.
See, we're making it into the actual gate. Totally planned. Kate, Terax.
Pastisor.
Gars, on peut faire Goliath.
Thank you.
I'm trying. Marron, sec. Prêt.
Prêt.
Vilain. Vilain. Réel. Virache. Réel. Pastisor. Prêt. Pastisor.
Oui. Pastisor. 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 Ok. Pastisor. 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 Oui. Épée.
Prêt. Viléo.
Prêt. Oil. Bûcheron. Épée. Oui.
Virax. Viléo. Sec. Virax. Réel. Viléo.
Prêt. Libère. Pastisor. Prêt.
Prêt. Virax. Réel. Viléo. Prêt. Viléo.
All right, I think we got him. They're melee attacks. Ah, yes, the French Cobra car. Yeah, give it a shot. Frank's got nothing to do with the French. Sorry. That was the French Cobra car. And which was an addition, eventually an evolution of the Knight into a car, which you can find in the documentary Transformers Paris. Yeah, look it up. It was AI. Extreme AI. Extremely dead. Rough start, but... thought I was a player till I whipped out my Cobra cars. The AI isn't too far off, like a lower level than 1200, but like it doesn't wall off is one, which sets it apart from many lower level players. Though many don't. Like their lower level players are clearly two different camps, somewhat puns intended, where there's I will wall off and sit within my palisade for as long as possible, and then there's I've never heard of the concept. Like honestly, there are plenty of players, especially that are just figuring it out, that don't hard wall off. I was starting at 1238. Wow, it's rough. Some rough days. I need to go back to Vietnamese. I was trying not to do like the one strat, one civ to X rank or whatever, because I'm not trying to get a certain rank in a certain amount of time. But I did watch a Hera coaching where he says the best way to learn is to do the same strategy 100 times or so and get a certain level, and then work on other ones. But I do think for someone like Hera, who's willing to play 100 games to work out the details of a strategy, it is slightly different. But, I mean, that's RTS games in general. I tell people to lose 100 times and then come back, so, you know, I need to follow my own advice, I guess. So the goal is to one trick until it's time to learn another trick. Instead of trying to, like, I played Vietnamese to 1300. I'm like, well, I don't want to get too locked in. But it's better to be locked into something than nothing. And 1300 is like not even diamond, maybe diamond. I don't know. Like top 20%, which is roughly diamond equivalent.
Barreau.
Those deer are so far. The hell?
Fait. Bûcheron. Payé.
Hey, chasseur. Oui. Libère, Prêt, fait, rastisseur.
Oh my god.
Voyelle.
Kay, libère.
Chasseur. Barreau. Chasseur.
Oui. Kay.
Can I actually get those deer back to... It's a straight shot, so hopefully we'll see.
Prêt, terrasse. Oil. Rastisseur. Fait.
Fait. Chasseur.
Kay, libère. Chasseur. Oui. Fait. Oil. Libère. Oui. Terrasse.
Voyelle.
Prêt, libère. Chasseur.
Fait. Chasseur.
If there were any trees in the way, it's still gonna find that one tree somehow. I know it is.
Chasseur. Prêt, bûcheron.
Que fait?
Marot.
Payé.
Oui.
Que fait? Payé. Chasseur. Fait. Barreau.
Marot.
Que fait?
Marot.
Payé. Fait.
Marot.
Payé.
Maybe two.
Fait.
Marot.
Barreau. C'est.
My gold is not in a fun spot.
Que fait? Fait. Barreau. Bûcheron.
No. What the fuck? Look, there's a slight...
Payé. Que fait?
I should have known.
Payé. Que fait? Assistant.
Trying to keep archers away.
Fait. Barreau. Bifé.
No, where the fuck are you going, bro?
Assistant. Payé. Chasseur.
Chasseur.
Fait. Assistant.
Kay. Certes. Rastisseur.
Fait. Bûcheron. Fait. Chasseur.
Prêt, libère. Rastisseur. Fait. Ohé. Pirax. Bûcheron. Pastisseur.
I got 2.
Okay. Ohé. Café. Pastisseur.
Réel, assistant.
Which, well, good start to the Franks. He lost 2 villies. Got nothing. No wall. He's just done with it. He knows what's coming. It's, believe it or not, more scouts. So, as of today, so you say that 1300 is like top 40, top 30. Apparently, it is top 18% as of today. So currently we're in 1200, 1300, which is about top 25. Because he realized he's not signed into Xbox Network. I'll manage. What really the only thing that stands out here is why are there so few players at 700 to 800 according to this. This is from ageofempires.com, which is, you know, pretty reliable, I would hope. That adds up. Yeah, a lot of people, like, if you look at a diamond player in StarCraft, people be like, they're total trash. They're better than 3 out of 4 people. But, it's a lot easier to look at someone struggling and be like, look at all those mistakes, than get in game and be like, I thought I was doing well. There's a big community around team games. Oh yeah, team games are more popular. I wish team games were more popular in SC2. Because that's more likely to get people playing than... Like, if 1v1 is your most popular mode, and people lose interest, there's nothing bringing them back. Mega random. Been a while. Whereas team games, you might ostensibly have friends, or excuses. Whereas 1v1, it's harder to find those.
Okay.
What the fuck? Nomad mega random? Are you kidding me?
Okay.
This is feeling pretty good. And he's lagging at the start of the game. What a fucking trifecta here. Can I find something resembling gold? And we found where he started. Oh shit. He just started his TC. Let's just hope he didn't have all his villies there, I guess. We got plenty of food. So much food. Should probably be scouting with the sheep. I didn't really think of that because I'm already thrown off so much by the fact it's fucking nomad.
Bastissor.
Even more.
J'ai fait. Libère. Bûcheron. Libère. Chasséor. Kay. Chasséor. Libère. Bastissor.
Honestly, the sheep are my scouts since you don't get a scout.
J'ai fait. Ohé. Chasséor.
I could have started with the boar.
J'ai fait.
There's potential fish.
Ohé. Kay.
He found me. That's a sheep scout. My sheep can't convert his sheep.
J'ai fait. Kay.
Chasseo.
Ohé. Bastissor.
Ohé.
Oil. Chasséor.
Prêt. Serre. Barreau. Bûcheron.
I don't think it's really worth that travel distance, but
Prêt. Bûcheron. Bastissor. Kay.
big dock energy.
Bûcheron. Gaillet.
Prêt. Kay. Fait.
Fait.
Ohé. Chasséor. Prêt. Kay. Prêt. Pirates. Chasséor. Fait. Libère. Kay. Chasséor.
Ohé.
Ohé. Chasséor. Oil. Libère. Kay. Libère. Libère. Ohé. Libère.
Gaillet.
Prêt. Libère. Chasséor.
That was close.
Bûcheron.
Gaillet. Libéra. Chasseo.
Ohé. Kay. Chasséor.
I need a second Dark Age building. Does a barracks count?
Prêt.
I think so. Oh my god, how is he lagging so hard?
Fait.
How is that even? There's nothing happening, bro.
Prêt.
Bûcheron. Kay. Pirates. Libère. Bastissor. Prêt. Chasséor. Ohé. Marot.
Ohé. Libéra.
Fun fact, Mega Random is actually my highest win rate. Though I haven't played it much.
Libère.
Gaillet.
Oh my fucking god.
Pirates.
The packet loss.
Prêt. Pirates. Fait.
Ohé.
Kay. Pirates.
Fait.
Fait. Prêt. Ohé. Bastissor. Kay.
Isn't there a trick you can do with like returning food to a dock from hunting? Like you pretend they're fishermen while they're holding the food or something.
Ohé.
Prêt.
Fait. Prêt.
Oh my god.
Libère. Bastissor.
How do you even play the game like that? It's not 1999.
Kay. Ohé. Bûcheron. Mabo. Prêt.
I can definitely gather some more sheep in too. I'm a fishing scout. So many tilted. Why can't things just go smooth?
Oui. Prêt. Pêcheur.
Gonna leave the fish here.
Pastisor. Café. Pastisor. Okay. Oui. Pastisor. Pastisor.
Is there any chance? Well, there's a chance we can. I'm gonna make one of the. How much is a galley?
Okay. Café. Certes. Oh, il est bûcheron. Prêt. Bûcheron. Certes. Oh, il est pastisor.
Oh my god. Still in range, I think, yeah.
Oui. Chasseur.
He had a dock somewhere. Oh, I think he built it. Oh, what are you doing?
Pastisor. Certes.
So clearly, well, he's telling me where the. Oh my god.
Okay. Mineo. Prêt. Bûcheron.
The lag.
Café. Mineo.
He built it wherever he spawned. Just bring this home. He's protected all of his stuff with his TC. This is unfucking playable. Obviously, he has a dock somewhere. Wait, can he return food to his... He can't return food to his TC. Like, that doesn't work, right? Not enough gold? Wait, fishing ships don't cost gold. Why is the hotkey wrong? I've been trying to hit the fishing ship hotkey and it's just... Is it overwritten by something? Nothing can go smooth. The fucking water map. You can definitely hurt him with scouts. How? His entire base is defended by the TC. And also, how do I hurt him when I can't play? What now? I'm done. He wins because I don't want to play with him because it's the fucking worst. It's unplayable. I don't understand why that is a thing that happens, but he's played fucking 5,000 games. Probably half his opponents have quit because they can't play it. You want to check your dock hotkeys? I'd rather not ever play water maps, but mega random, unfortunately. For some reason, demo ship and fishing ship are the same. No, that sucked. It wasn't a water map, that was mega random. And really the defining characteristic wasn't the game, it was the fact that he was lagging so hard, it was about 10 FPS. And incredibly tilting. And when the game is low FPS, it doesn't register your actions. Or at least it doesn't register the same way. It does seem to have input lag. Which, you know, if you're the one with the 10 FPS all the time, you're probably used to dealing with. Vulcan trade ship? Yeah, we just won't build a dock. Let's hope it doesn't come to that. In the words of Hera, from, I think it was the finals of the Warlords tournament, he was casting on one of the water maps, and he had a good suggestion. Like, direct suggestion on how to fix water, which is remove it from the game and remove the memory of it existing. Which, you know, would be a little tough for a historical game, but I thought that was a pretty good suggestion, personally. Oh no. I might have a slight idle time. Disaster. Where's my other pigs? I still have 2 pigs. They gotta be like right there, right? Don't like having my Villy so bruised. Hello? Where the fuck are my pigs? Did he steal them somehow? Could they be in this tiny pixels?
Que fait? Chassez. Barreau. Prêt. Gagné.
No, I'm missing two.
Prêt.
But whatever.
Ohé. Que fait? Barreau. C'est. Barreau. Barreau. Gagné. Fait. Barreau. Bûcheron. Prêt. Gagné.
Okay.
Arrivé. Mastisso. Chassez. Chassez. Ohé. Ohé. Barreau.
Hey. Maro. Maro.
Gagné. Que fait? Ohé. Fait. Ohé. C'est bûcheron. Que fait?
Pastisseau. Chasseo. Oui.
Fait. Ohé. C'est. Barreau. Gagné.
Chasseo.
Fait. Barreau. Mastisso. Gagné.
Que fait?
Bûcheron. Ohé. Bûcheron. Que fait? Bûcheron. Fait. Bûcheron. Ohé. Que fait? Gagné. Que fait? Bûcheron. Ohé. Chassez.
Oui.
Ohé. Fait.
Okay.
Mastisso. Gagné. C'est. Chassez. Ohé. Gagné. C'est. Mastisso.
Why is that the pathing?
Barreau. Oh yeah. Gagné. Barreau.
Que fait?
Ohé. Mastisso.
Hey. Okay. Pastisseau.
Que fait? Gagné. Ohé. Bûcheron. Mastisso. Fait. Gagné. Ohé. Mastisso. Que fait? Mastisso. Oh yeah. Bonjour.
Que fait? Oui. Libé. Maro.
Fait.
Que fait? Hey.
Barreau. Gagné. Barreau. Que fait?
Maro.
Ohé. C'est. Que fait? Fait. C'est. Bûcheron. Oh yeah. Gagné. Mastisso. Libé. Oh yeah. Libé. Que fait? Que fait? Dans la bataille. Que fait? Libé. Prêt.
Chasseo. Certes.
Que fait? Bonjour. Ohé. Mastisso. Que fait? Mastisso. Ohé. Mastisso. Prêt.
Okay. Oui. Libé.
Que fait? Libé.
Oui. Libé. Oh, libé.
Gagné.
Okay. Bûcheron.
Fait. Bûcheron. Mastisso. Gagné. Ohé. Bûcheron. Terac. Ohé. Libé. Que fait? Bûcheron. Fait. Barreau. Mastisso. Terac. Fait. Que fait? À la bataille. Avant. Bonjour. Que fait?
bûcheron.
Assistant. Assistant. Que fait? Oh yeah. Libère.
Poète. Pastissant.
Oh yeah. Libère. Oil. Assistant. Fait. Oh yeah. Libère. Que fait? Là. Fait. Libère. Raison. Assistant. Que fait? Oh yeah. Libère.
Effet. Poète. Pastissant. Fait. Libère. Pastissant.
Assistant. Assistant.
Effet.
Fait. À la bataille.
Kate. Max. Max. Oil.
Hey. Assistant.
Poète. Pastissant.
Bûcheron.
Kate. Pastissant.
Assistant. Bûcheron.
Effet. Fait. Libère. Pastissant.
Assistant. Fait. Oil. Libère. Assistant. Yeah. Que fait? Oh yeah. Libère.
Effet. Pastissant.
Fait. Assistant. Fait. Assistant. Que fait? Oh yeah.
Kate. Neo. Pastissant. Poète.
Yeah. Fait. Libère.
Fait. Bûcheron. Oil. Pastissant.
Que fait? Oh yeah. Libère. Yeah. Oh yeah. Mineo. Hey, oil, oil. Assistant. Que fait?
Bûcheron. Vilain.
Libé. Sec. Assistant. Qu'est-ce? Assistant. Assistant. Que fait? Vilain. Hey, Mineo. Fait.
Poète.
Qu'est-ce fait? Sec. Oil. Assistant. 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 Que fait? Qu'est-ce? Hey, assistant. Qu'est-ce? Assistant. Que fait?
Effet.
Qu'est-ce? Que fait?
More knights. The banter was something. Could have gone for monks a lot earlier. A lot earlier? Also, it wasn't clear he was going. Obviously, he was going knights. He got a lot of knights. It's kind of a uncomfortably high amount. I thought I would just win based on building knights reliably, but what league is this? Legends. Just scouts and then knights and then the game plan is pretty clear.
Bâtisseur. Maraud. Bâtisseur. Maraud.
And it's not like my opponent doesn't know too, but it's just a lot of pressure.
Ohé. Maraud. Maraud.
Rabbits.
Kay. Bâtisseur.
Maho. Maho.
Prêt. Épée.
Rien.
Ohé. Bûcheron. Maraud.
Prêt.
Prêt. Bûcheron. Kay. Bûcheron.
Ohé. Maho. Maho.
I like to go for the boar one vil later
Maho.
with cows because that way you're not wasting the precious meats as much or having as much idle time. I don't know if that's a good idea, but it feels better when you do.
Prêt. Ohé. Chasseo.
As long as I don't actually go idle, which
Rien.
it's gonna be close.
Fait.
Well, I think it works out.
Ohé.
Ohé.
Chasseo. Que fait? Bâtisseur.
Prêt. Chasseur. Bâtisseur.
Why is he here so early?
Épée. Ohé. Bâtisseur.
Bâtisseur. Chasseo.
That was Frank's. I probably should just go for the berries.
Ohé. Bâtisseur. Bâtisseur.
Forgot about my housing.
Kay. Prêt. Épée.
Chasseo. Rien. Chasseo.
Prêt.
We're gonna try not to run Horsicus into the TC. I don't know if we're gonna succeed. We're gonna try.
Kay. Chasseur. Prêt. Kay. Ohé. Oil. Chasseur. Épée. Kay. Épée.
Alright, we just looked at the percentiles. 1250 is around mid diamond.
Kay.
Maybe, actually, no, like diamond 3. So, just good enough to fuck everything up and know when most of it is fucked up.
Ohé.
To have some basic idea, but be unable to execute.
Épée. Libet. Oil. Bûcheron. Ohé. Prêt. Chasseur. Chasseur.
And look absolutely incompetent to most people from a spectator perspective.
Kay.
But recognizably so.
Épée.
Like, oh, he's trying to do X build. But why? And then ZZZ in the chat because it's so slow. Where do you live, bro? Oh.
Kay. Prêt. Libet. Bûcheron.
Maho. Bastisso.
I'm just sending 2 so I don't get harassed here. It's too hard, hopefully.
Fait. Ohé. Maro. Maro.
Fait. Fait. Ohé. Bastisso.
Is that a wall? Yes. Hmm.
Okay. Bastisso. Hey. Bastisso. Bastisso. Okay. Bastisso. Bastisso. Ferrat. Bûcheron. Bastisso. Bûcheron. Ohé. Artisan. Okay. Ohé. Bûcheron. Fait. Chasseur. Bûcheron. Prêt. Pastisseur. Pastisseur. Ohé. Okay. Bûcheron. Fait. Pastisseur. Pastisseur.
I think better to just go for it
Prêt. Ohé.
and try to get something done here. Force the issue.
Prêt. Libet. Okay. Fait. Pastisseur. Ohé. Pastisseur. Prêt. Fait. Pastisseur. Okay. Pastisseur. Ohé.
You could get in.
Pastisseur.
Yeah. Oh no. Artisan, bûcheron. Prêt. Ohé, libet. Liberax. Mamo, okay. Oh, libet. Mamo. Fait. Pastisseur. Okay.
Mineo, c'est levé. Bastisso. Prêt. À la bataille. Prêt. À la bataille.
Prêt. Mineo. Ferax. Pastisseur.
Azon. Oya, que fait? Oya, libère, libère.
I guess it could have been worse.
Keye? Mineo. Mineo. Prêt, cercle, libère. Mineo. Oyel. Assistant, Oyel. Assistant. Que fait? Libère. Oyel, libère.
And with all the gold I can buy my way up.
Okay.
Keye? Mineo. Derac. Assistant.
Oé. Pastisor. Pastisor. Prêt. Oh, il est bûcheron. Café.
Que fait?
Oé. Café. Libé. Pastisor. Prêt.
I need a blacksmith.
Oya.
Okay. Pastisor.
Oé. Prêt.
Trying to keep them off the.
Assistant. Oé.
Prêt.
Oh, any of this really, ideally.
Oé. Café. Oh, il libère. Oh, il libère. Prêt. Pastisor. Pastisor. Oé. Pastisor. Café. Okay.
Keye?
Prêt. Pastisor. Pastisor.
Oye, libé. Assistant.
Okay. Oh, il pastisor. Oé. Pastisor.
There's a lot of archers.
Mineo.
Oh my god, is it stuck? I've done this before. Ow. I have a. That's my house knight. Fucking king.
Libé. Pastisor. Artisan. Pastisor. Pastisor.
Assistant. Assistant. Assistant.
Oé. Café. Pastisor. Pastisor.
I'm gonna de-wall this back here. Mm-hmm.
Oé. Pastisor.
Stone wall. I'd rather just delete the stable. It costs more than a knight. He also has knights. I'm gonna try to wait out the +2 attack. All I have are knights. Is that not a wall? Well, where is he? He's got some camels. Oh, he's got monks as well. Looks like knights. There's a lot of strats, but I chose, how about more knights? Seems like it worked out. What the hell? Oh, you two. Alright. More knights beats less knights. Also, they're Frank knights, to be frank. Not exactly complicated, but kind of hard to judge. I guess it's good to get an idea of what fights I can actually take as well. Like, it looked like I had the numbers, and I don't think crossbows are that scary in those. Like, he didn't have enough to be one-shotting or anything. I don't know how many crossbows it takes to one-shot a +2 armor knight. But it's a lot more than that. So +2 armor Frank Knight, which is, well, it's exactly the same as the other knights, as those +20, but once you get to Cavaliers, they have more HP. So that's 4 pierce armor against, we'll assume they have Bogkin. So 7 damage. So 3 damage a hit on 120 HP. Oh yeah, you're not one-shotting those knights. So then, if he gets 40 crossbows, then I'm in trouble. All right, I'll admit that. Yeah, that's the key with the cav sort of stuff, is you can just start slapping buildings, and even though you're not really damaging, it's the threat. Well, I almost killed the stable, but also somehow I managed to put a knight in the only spot it could have been walled in, which is, I'm an expert in such things. All right, in SC2 as well, siege tanks. House tanks. Well known. What is this queue time? Was this game... Let me check my notes. Dead? I don't... Oh, I think it might just be broken outright. Like, I tried to leave. We fight it with mass pikes. If he goes mass pikes, I go siege. I don't need to kill all the pikes. I just need to make it so they can't chase me down. Like, if you thin them out a bit, then the knights still win. You just need less than 12 HP. Fish? Actually, no fish. Just water. I hate it. Hydrophobic gamer. Why are trees so small? You downloaded this small trees mod. Not sure that actually would affect the hitbox. Pretty sure the boar was over here. Just went out of vision range slightly. Oh, okay, yeah. I don't know if I can go for the deer if he's fucking doing this. Right leg.
Okay. Bastisseur.
I'm gonna try.
Ohé. Marot.
I don't know if he's just waiting for it. He didn't go for the boar. Oh no. There was a gap area.
Okay. Libère. Prêt. Chasseur. C'est fait. Prêt. Bûcheron.
Hmm. Oh, he's back.
Marot. C'est fait. Axe. Libère. Marot.
Good enough.
Ohé. Marot. Bûcheron.
I mean, if we're gonna get it,
Okay. Marot.
might as well take full advantage.
Ohé. Bûcheron. Chasseur. C'est fait. Okay. Bûcheron. Prêt. Libère. Bastisseur. Ohé. Axe. Bastisseur. Okay. Prêt. Bastisseur. C'est fait. Bastisseur. Ohé. Prêt. Libère. Axe. Bûcheron.
Fuck is he?
C'est fait. Oilette. Bastisseur. Bastisseur.
Found him. Why is there a mill? Is this for deer?
Bastisseur.
Maho.
Prêt. Libère. Bastissor.
Que fait? Assistant.
Qu'est fait?
Libère. Oh yeah. Libère.
Bastissor.
Maho. Maho.
What? Where am I going? Where the fuck is he? I still haven't found his base. What an experience.
Oh yeah.
Prêt. Bastissor. Ohé. Libère. Serax. Bastissor.
Stone. Pretty sus, eh? Obviously a castle.
Prêt. Bûcheron. Qu'est fait? Minéa. Liberte. Kay.
These guys are not supposed to be out here.
Kay. Ohé. Maro. Qu'est fait? Ohé. Bastissor. Maro.
Yeah, yeah.
Kay. Ohé. Libère. Bastissor.
I haven't been building villas for way too long.
Que fait?
Prêt.
What the fuck?
Ohé. Libère. Bastissor. Prêt.
May need a tower.
Que fait?
Qu'est fait?
Unless he just his manga die.
Kay.
Probably it actually, eh?
Bûcheron.
He has enough for a castle somewhere. There it is.
Ohé.
Honestly, no idea how to handle this yet. But we're gonna try to figure it out. Oh, siege workshop right there. Awkward. Oh, he could just ram his way through, eh?
Kay. Bastissor. Prêt. Bastissor.
Hmm.
Bastissor.
Oh, there's the manga die. The knights are a good choice. I mean, the monastery here. I think we need counter siege, eh? He protected his gold with that, I see. Just need enough.
Love your videos.
Glad you enjoy. Probably get husbandry as well. Oop. Fuck. Making sure he doesn't have any of this. Huge. What are you doing, bro? Oh, he's got a ram. I got one of my knights. I don't know if I got the monk. Been supply blocked for a little too long now. A bit embarrassing. Well, eventually I can get a castle too, so... Now we have a second TC for the gold. Making sure he doesn't have hidden mining. The housing crisis is rough. Why is my castle not shooting at it? Thank you. I have a bit of gold. Okay, focus up. Just I don't think I'm gonna be able to get to that in time, but we're gonna get trebs, so. Just. I think we can take it out of the tower now. Did I get the two-handed saw? Nope. That would make it too easy.
맛있어.
fait.
맛있어. 네, 맛있어. 오에.
Prêt. Oui.
리라세.
Really, bro?
Fait. Prêt.
리라 오일. 세라 오일.
Quel? Hyper oil. Prêt.
미네오.
I didn't mean to bring the trim.
Hyper.
This is still happening. Zero farm upgrades is tough. Yeah. What ELO is chat? How many farm upgrades do Franks need? Bit of a disaster piece there, though. He has no range upgrade. Castle is useless. So, no farm upgrades for Franks. No range upgrade. Castle is useless. Thanks for joining 5 minutes ago and giving your assessment. I mean, I did have +2, which is the max that Franks can get. And Franks also do not need farm upgrades. But, I'll look into it. I'm always... It gives me more perspective. Have you ever played with monks? They're broken? No. I wish Theocracy was a castle tech, but that would make them too easy. I am wondering how you would be able to tell, like, if you just jumped into a game, whether someone has farm upgrades. I don't actually know if there's a way, unless you see them clicking on a mill. Otherwise, it's just, like, assuming, I guess? I don't know. I'm... That's, like, an actual question. There's no way to... I guess if you click on the farm, but I'm saying from, like, a chat perspective. Is there any way for someone to know whether they have farm upgrades if they don't click on a mill or a farm? What is the PTR bug fix? Oh, yeah. So, we have a public test realm for SC2. For the new huge patch where we're changing the worker count of the game for the first time in 11 years, apparently. Unfortunately, there are bugs like the orbital command. So, essentially, there's a bug where for Terran, when you build your first house, you get another house for free. Which is, like, not a big thing, but when we're testing explicitly the early game, like, it's kind of a big deal. And it's been a bug for a week and a half and still hasn't been fixed. You get +2 supply the moment you click orbital command. which is what you do in every game as Terran. So it kind of skews every single build. It's more like 2 houses because you don't... The way the logistics work means you don't need to build another supply depot for usually past building your first command center. And this is completely skewing the entirety of every single Terran game. And in my opinion, invalidates pretty much the entirety of the games played thus far, especially with Terran, because it's such a big deal. And it still hasn't been fixed, so. Which was my big concern, was not like the changes in the patch. It was that Blizzard is one intern in a trench coat sneaking in like once every few months to do something. Which is better than we got, I guess, but is not exactly ideal for making sweeping changes to the entire game, in my humble opinion. On top of the fact, like, then there's things like the Overlord. So we slowed down the Overlord, which is your first scout as Zerg. Your only scout is Zerg. We slowed it down because Zerg scouts with their Overlord. But we slowed it down because it balances it out. The other workers have to worker scout, which they don't, but, like, that's the rationale. Except now it's slower than Wings of Liberty. Wings of Liberty, we had a 6 worker start. The 8 worker start is more workers, which means you get started faster. Yet Zerg can scout slower than 6 work. Like, is that intentional? Apparently, I don't know. It's technically the number listed. So we had a bug like a year ago where the Cyclone for Terran, curious, where the Cyclone, its lock-on ability, its strongest ability, had a cooldown that was 30% faster, because someone, again, didn't do the math right. And that just stayed for 8 months. The unit was just 30% better for 8 months. Which was not super fun. Fixing the Broodlord bug. We kind of unfixed-ish. I mean unfixed, but the Broodlord bug's a little different, but it does seem like whenever there's a bug, it's in Terran's favor, whereas bugs in Zerg's favor, I guess puns intended, somehow end up being detrimental. Anyways, so there's a bit of frustration there, is what I'm saying. What? Oh. Yeah, I got a little distracted, I think. I went at 20. What is he? Armenians? I don't know anything. I don't think I've ever played against him. So I'm gonna do scouts into knights. There's a new build I'm trying. Groundbreak. I see. Borsicus, could you go one day without disappointing me? Nope. Impossible challenge. I don't think that's a wall at all. He should be continuing to pressure though, right? Like, I'd be surprised if that was the end of it. Don't look at me, bro. The problem is, needing a wood line. Don't finish. You know what? Fine. No, wait. Don't finish it, because if you finish it, we're gonna have a bad time too. Tell me that's a wall. It's a wall. Wow, what a miracle. It's not a wall. He's already inside it. He just doesn't realize, I guess. He could be killing my villies right now. I don't think he's realized that. Once he looks at this side, he will. Yikes. Yep. Alright. Not great. Bit of a mess, eh? Oh, what a play. What? More spears?
fait, libet, pastisor, pastisor,
Café.
serre, bûcheron,
Dina. Oel.
ohé,
Gaillard. Café. Pastisor. Hey. Gaillard.
bûcheron, bûcheron. Oh, il est né, ok? Prêt. Pastisor, ok? Pastisor,
Gaillard. Oel. Pastisor. Dina. Café. Pastisor.
What? Where? Oh, he found me? Alright.
prêt. Vilain, pastisor, ohé, pérax, pastisor,
Café. Oh yeah. Sep. Oh yeah. Sep. Gaillard. Café. Oel. Dina. Sep. Pastisor.
Be careful not. I accidentally delete my own bills too much. Not great.
café, ok?
Fuck.
Café, libet, libet, pérax, oh, il est libet, pastisor,
Hey.
Hmm.
alerte,
Gaillard.
pérax, bûcheron,
I don't think we can do wheelbarrow. I need armor. I need, yeah.
Oel.
Knights.
prêt. Ohé,
With ideally +2.
Pérac. Oel. Café. Dina. Pastisor. Hey. Dina. Livré. Oel. Café. Dina. Café. Attends. Dina. Bonjour.
ohé, libet, ok?
Fuck. See a ballistics? I keep fucking up with the micro. No, that was better.
Hey, pastisor.
Because I was putting too many in the formation. It's super annoying, by the way. I wish there was like a force move command or something.
ok?
Hey, Pérac. Pastisor. Gaillard. Pastisor.
Bûcheron, vilain, ohé, prêt. Oh, il est né, marron,
Still don't love the position. He already has a second TC.
Hey, Oel.
Did I ever get? I did get +2, but
Ohé, Churax, Oil, Pirax, Pastisor,
Keber, Vera. Liebe.
Féfé,
kind of all in.
Hey. Keye, oye. Vera.
Kei, Oil, Pirax, Pastisor, Pré, Pastisor,
Hey. Liebe, oye. Perfect.
Yeah, my best chance. Well, I don't have a castle drop ready,
Oil, Vilain, Maro, Pastisor,
but siege into castle drop, I think.
Ohé, Pirax, Pré, Libe, Minéor,
Keber,
Féfé, Pastisor,
Hey, c'est Pastisor.
Vilain, Minéor, Kei,
Dina, Mineo.
Pré, Artisan,
Hey. Mineo. Liebe.
Oh. Oh. That's gonna complicate things a bit. I don't even know what those are. Composite bowman. Huh. Interesting.
Hey. Liebe, Vera. Oye. Pastisor. Hey. Oil. Pastisor.
Pastisor,
Really far ahead. Especially with that,
Féfé, Ohé,
Pastisor.
oh wow, that hits hard.
Hey. Pastisor.
Kei, Pirax, Pastisor,
Keye. Keber. Liebe, Vera.
Ohé, Oil, Pré, Libe, fait, artisan,
Prêt. Que fait? Que fait? Quem é? Mineo. Quem é? Certo. Vera. Quem libera? Oi, libe. Prêt. Oye. Prêt. Que fait?
artisan, prêt, terrasse, libère, bûcheron, terrasse, bûcheron,
Prêt. Libe.
boé, pastissor, kei, pastissor,
Prêt. Basso.
Take out my own trap. Beautiful.
effet, prêt, néo,
We're still on 1 TC. I do have the high ground, for what that's worth. He's gonna break it. Obviously. Also, these are in my base. Why did he convert me so fast? Oh no, don't hit. One more shot. Oh, come on. Just things are just not coming together here, are they?
boé, kei, bûcheron,
Still surprisingly dangerous considering everything, I think. But
prêt, verte, libère, terrasse,
all right. It's just too much. On too many fronts. I had this over here. Oh, it's the mule cart sieve. Wait, I think there are several of those. Alright, what are Armenians? Mule carts, spearmen and militia, available one earlier. Fortified church gives a free relic. Composite bowman. Ignores. Ah! I see. That's pretty good. Ignores armor. Well, that's why they hit so hard. I think the decisions were right. The execution was very poor. And it was just too much of a disaster too early. Not enough economy, not enough units. Not enough defense. Thank you, Ghosty, for the scaring me. Hopefully you had a good stream. Which unit ignores armor? The composite bowman from the Armenians. The unique unit. See, I wish my raids were that successful. But instead, they just get shot by composite bowmen and die horribly. Don't worry, I'm not a composite bowman that you know of. New expect for Eve? A bunch of new ships. I hesitate to ask how many there are of, not that the ships, the expect. Every now and again, I'm like, I want to play an MMO, and every about 3 years, I go back to Elite Dangerous for about a week until I realize, what am I doing with my life? I'd rather just play games that stress me out as opposed to games that stress me out and have an open. I know they're not exactly equivalent, but like the vibes.
Woolaloo.
I don't have time. I've got good games to show. But no, I am tempted every time. With Eve, that is. I've avoided it. I used to be addicted to World of Warcraft. I played the new expansion, which is the first one I played since Wrath of the Lich King. Well, and Wrath of the Lich King Classic, but I'm a little more productive now. Played Eve. Oh no, I didn't even move him in. A decade ago? Meanwhile, here, enjoying the Age of Empires 2 stream. Oh my god, this is so inefficient. I have to multi-box 6 accounts? Yeah, that's more like I expected Eve. Eve, the game that when you're really playing, you play 6 people at once. Automation replacing us all. Fucked up on that Villy. Oh yes, the deer micro. The most skilled part of any Age of Empires game is how you tantalize a deer. Everybody knows that. Honestly, not even really sarcasm. It's such a... makes it so much easier if you actually nail it. Strange looking deer. They're all deer. Just, you know. That's just a very fluffy deer. It is known.
chassez haut, chassez haut. Okay. Chassez haut.
That was it, right? Like,
Oui. Bravo.
just two.
Gagné. Gagné.
Prêt. Fait. Chassez haut. Bravo.
Prêt.
Chassez haut. Bravo.
Ohé.
We're not losing Horsicus this time. Alright. Horsicus lives.
Fait. Bûcheron. Prêt. Fait.
Ohé.
Oui. Bûcheron. Prêt. Chassez haut. Libet. Bûcheron.
Prêt. Chassez-o. Cerf. Chassez-o. Barreau. Que fait? Gagné. Assistant. Ohé.
Okay. Prêt. Libet.
Now we have the... Well, when it comes to scout rushing, killing his first scout is kind of a big deal.
Que fait?
Believe it or not. Though we will have
Prêt.
feudal faster here.
Oil. Cerf. Verax. Assistant. Gagné. Cerf. Verax. Oil.
Slightly.
Prêt. Verax. Verax. Libé. Assistant. Gagné. Assistant.
Fait. Certes. Bûcheron. Okay. Bûcheron. Verax. Pastissor.
Prêt. Ohé. Cerf. Barreau. Que fait? Assistant.
Who the fuck is he?
Oui. Bûcheron. Pastissor. Bûcheron. Pastissor.
Prêt. Verax. Assistant.
Well, we just let him know there's not a wall there. That's fine. Fuck. I didn't notice. I thought I was doing good.
Oui. Okay.
No, we got two.
Oui. Bûcheron. Prêt. Libet. Pastissor. Okay.
Does he have the +1? He does. So Magyars get +1. Franks get... the +20 HP. Or 20% HP, which is actually not as huge. I'm getting 2 is really rough, though. I have the wood. Wait, how did he get in? Oh, there might be a gap over there. I got one there.
Ok.
I think there's a gap in the corner. Oh my god. Of course there is. That's how I got in, obviously. A lot of wood. A lot on wood there. Did he remember to wall that area? I don't think he did. Well, yeah, he got it. He got it. We built a lot more scouts. Like, huh.
Café. Pastisson.
Oui, pastisson. Café. Prêt. Oui. Pastisson. Ok. Pastisson. Prêt. Libère. Oui. Ok. Pastisson. Café.
Gaming. Wait, what? They lost track of it. Oh, that's a wall, not a wall. Wait, is it? What? Is there a tree or something? How is that a wall? What the fuck? Wait, does the gate actually count?
Ok. Pastisson. Prêt. Pastisson. Oui.
Archers. I locked the gate. What? Where did the archers go? Oh, we got another TC. Oh, Cav Archer. Okay. We're gonna need husbandry. I'm not fast enough. Just gonna keep building cav archers. What? Pick that up. There needs to be something else going on, like, otherwise he's just gonna micro cav archers and I'm gonna lose eventually. Like, probably sooner rather than later. Obviously a castle would be great, but let's see if he's chopped through. Maybe that's the way. He was paying attention. These snakes. Do they not get auto attacked or something? Oh no, fuck. Why would I do this? So far ahead. I have the relics though, which is something, I guess. So many TCs. I think he has ballistics now, which is problematic. He can't fit them all in there, right? Right. A lot of Villi's dead. Fuck. I have a lot of monks. That could have been a better high ground, I guess, but
C'est fait. Ohé.
Oel, bastisso. Oe, bastisso. Keye, kebeye.
Bastisso.
Hey. Hey, libe. Bastisso. Bastisso. Oe.
Bastisso.
Keye.
Hey, bastisso. C'est fait. Bastisso.
Hey, keye. Serak. Bastisso. Bastisso.
Hey, bastisso.
Mineo. Bastisso. Bastisso. Keye. Oel, serak.
C'est fait. Oh, libelle. Ohé, bastisso. Kay, bastisso.
we have theocracy. Thank you. Yes, nice.
Ohé. C'est fait.
I don't think we can get to Paladin. That's way off. Is there redemption? It's gonna be a difficult road, I think, to say the least. I have the upgrades. He just has way more cavaliers.
Ohé, artisan.
That's not who I wanted to put in there. I think he just wins, right? Made him work for it. No. Unfortunately, that's my... If he gets to the monastery, that's about that. I think he's about to target it too. Even a single mango. Keep him busy. Fortunately not busy enough. He's adding a lot of damage with the Cav Archer. Too locked into it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 TCs. We got the wood. $11 damage versus 6 pierce armor. I think paladins might have 1 more,
Okay.
but still not a huge number. Was stressing him out, but never really had. I was pretty optimistic, but yeah, just a lot of units. Would you have done better? The scouts could have been handled well. I didn't wall. I spent all this time walling, and then he just kept running in. He got 2 or 3 villies because I just didn't wall off, which was bad. So that was the start, and then in castle, probably could have just gone TC. I didn't expect the Cav Archers. I keep getting surprised by Cav Archers somehow, and it throws me off every time.
Effet.
Che
Pastisseur.
è? Pastisso.
Ohé. Pastisseur. Maro.
Che fai? Pastisso. Maro. Ohé. Maro.
So Bulgarians have almost exclusively done like man-at-arms, tower rush. That gold is finally in a good spot. Feels so rare.
Fai. Che è?
Maro. Maro. Hey.
What's the closest wood line? There's probably one over here, but
Fai.
Okay. Hey. Pastisseur. Ohé. Maro. Maro.
Ohé. Pastisso.
Effet. Maro.
Che fai? Pastisso.
don't love it.
Okay. Cerf. Bûcheron.
Che è? Voyez le bichon.
Ohé. Okay. Effet. Hey. Maro. Maro. Effet. Okay. Chasseur. Terrain. Libet. Ohé. Ohé. Pastisseur. Pastisseur. Okay. Oil. Effet. Terrasse. Prêt. Libet. Liberax.
Che fai?
Chasseur.
4. All right.
Effet. Ohé. Pastisseur. Chasséo.
Don't you dare get stuck on these stupid ass trees.
Prêt. Chasséo. Ohé. Effet. Chasséo. Prêt. Chasséo. Prêt. Libère. Libère.
Chasseo.
Kate. Oil. Chasséo. Effet. Prêt. Libère. Oil. Oil. Libère. Ohé. Chasséo.
I didn't realize how many I put in it. Close enough. Just annoying to drop off, but it should be fun.
Prêt.
Prêt.
Chasseo.
Effet. Ohé. Chasséo. Bûcheron.
That's how you do it. Thickest he knew. Frank's 0, Bulgarian 0, Boar 1. He lost a villager to the boar on the field. And it's not like he lost it under his TC. He lost it, just completely lost track of it. Oof. Boar takes a win. I'm counting it. I have boorish gameplay, so... People who don't ready up. Like, the queue times are 1 minute.
Ohé. Keye.
Pastisseur. Pastisseur.
If that.
Ohé.
Pastisseur. Maro. Prêt. Pastisseur. Maro.
Could probably send the other one out, but... I just know it's gonna be right there. I don't scout.
Ohé. Effet. Ohé. Pastisseur. Pastisseur. Bûcheron.
These fucking woodlines.
Prêt. Bûcheron. Bûcheron.
Prêt.
Goers and corners. That's where they get you.
Ohé, chasseur. Prêt. Kate. J'ai fait. Marron, bûcheron. Ohé,
Try not to do a GG more.
j'ai fait. Prêt, libère. Kate, bûcheron. Ohé, chasseur. Kate, chasseur. Ohé. Prêt, marron, chasseur. J'ai fait. Bastisseur. Bastisseur. Prêt, oil, chasseur. Ohé. Kate. J'ai fait. Prêt, bastisseur. J'ai fait.
Could have gone to the chickens, I guess.
Ohé, pirate, chasseur. Kate. Prêt. Ohé. Libé. Kate. J'ai fait. Marron, bastisseur. J'ai fait. Prêt, libé. Ohé.
Fuck.
Bûcheron. Prêt, pirate.
As the prophecy foretold.
Chasseur.
Lost track of it for a sec.
Ohé.
Hmm.
Prêt. Chasseur.
Que fait? Bûcheron.
J'ai fait.
Ohé, bûcheron.
Kate. Ohé. Prêt. Marron.
What?
Ohé. Pirate. Marron.
Que fait? Barreau.
I found him.
J'ai fait. Prêt. Kate. Marron. J'ai fait.
Oh yeah, Khmer can just go up.
Ohé.
Fait.
Not a care in the world.
Barreau.
Got a Khmer in the world. No.
Marron. Ohé. Prêt. J'ai fait. Marron. Pirate. Oil. Bastisseur. Chasseur.
Payé.
Libé.
Ohé.
Marron.
Payé. Bûcheron. Libé. Bastisseur.
Jeez.
Que fait? Fait. Ohé.
Yep, that's not gonna be a wall.
Ohé. Marron. Bastisseur.
Payé.
J'ai fait.
Ohé.
Kate.
Que fait?
Minéor. Bastisseur.
Bastisseur.
I don't even know how to wall that.
Bastisseur.
I don't even know which part isn't wall.
Ohé. Payé. Pirate. Fait.
Oh, il y fait.
Que fait?
Pirate.
What do you mean not enough wood? Oh,
Bastisseur.
Que fait? Payé. Bastisseur. Ohé. Payé.
Ohé. Kate.
Barreau. Ohé. Bûcheron.
Prêt. J'ai fait. Pirate. Chasseur.
Que fait?
Kate. Prêt. Bûcheron.
Payé. Ohé.
J'ai fait. Libé. Bûcheron. Bastisseur. Bûcheron.
Fait.
C'est fait. Bastisseur. Oui. C'est fait. Bastisseur. Okay. Prêt. Oui.
Not again.
Prêt.
Barreau.
Boarded it again. Where are his scouts? He didn't have, so he did the quick feudal into, oh no, I don't have enough economy to go feudal. Because you still need to have enough to build units. Like, he has no barracks. You don't need a barracks, says Khmer. You don't need any building prereqs. That's the whole spiel. I'm assuming he was just poor. And he didn't have, like... $15 pop. With no lumber camp. Oh, he built too many. If he didn't build these houses... Like, he spent so much time building houses. It would have been like, he doesn't need those. So you can garrison in houses. So just like one house near your resources and you're safe, right? Like, and then he just leaves? Okay. So just... Okay. Not exactly the most satisfying streak here, but... it's certainly something. Let's see if you have plenty to dive into next. I kind of just fell back to Franks because they're the simplest. But, I don't know. I don't really like spamming Franks. Feels like you don't learn too much. Practicing. I'll be casting Hera's streamer invitational, so I don't need to be an expert. I just need to be good enough to see players who are only marginally, pretty decent margin, some of them better, how they're doing. So that's in a couple weeks, something like that. I should really do more actual casting, but I don't feel like I'm quite confident in. I'd like to get 14 or 15. Like, top 10% or so, but need to get another 100 or so games in. And gonna need to mix it. Like, I'm not... Well, today I just got frustrated and we're just doing Franks, but... need to mix it up a bit instead of laser focusing on one strat that will get you some ELO, but then... crumbling if you try anything else.
Okay, Bastisseur.
Which is not the best way to have a more wide amount of knowledge. Thing is, every time, so here's the issue, and I still haven't solved it, and I don't know if it's solvable. I even looked up, I tried to look up guides and such, like defending scout rush,
Maro.
and most of them are just like, don't fuck up and quick wall well. Except, even I, like, pretty much, I have yet to be behind going scout rush.
Bastisseur.
The problem is sometimes, well, okay, make it clear, there's occasions where that's not necessarily true, but most of the time I'm behind going scout rush is because they scout rushed better.
Effet. Bastisseur.
That's my experience so far. It feels like the deal with 2 base all-in sort of stuff in SC2, where people just can't deal with it. Even if you, like, put yourself defensive, even when I've seen people defend it well, I end up ahead.
Maro.
Because the margin for executing it is so much easier than the margin for defending it. At least so it seems. Which is why we're scout rushing until I find a reliable sort of defensive style.
Okay. Prêt. Maro. Oé. Terrasse. Prêt. Libet. Okay.
Because, like, 80% of the civs I face are scout rush. Like, that's just where we are. The thing is, it doesn't even feel like SC2, where there's a clear response to certain strategies that, if you know they're coming, it's just you don't really have the tools. You can't always hardwall the same way, like. Or rely on certain timings against certain things. So it's tough, in my opinion. It's not even really like a knowledge check. It's kind of a knowledge check, but it's also just a skill check. Harder than I've seen in many games. It's one of those where theory doesn't necessarily meet practice at all. I think it's partially because it's so linear. Like, if you mess it up, like the defense, you could get behind very quickly because of the relatively even villager count. Like, if you defend perfectly, you're maybe a little bit ahead. If they fuck it up really hard, like they lose all their scouts, don't kill any villagers, and you only built like 2 or 3 spears or something, then okay, maybe. But, that it? Yeah.
Oé. Maro. Prêt. Chasseur. Bûcheron. Okay. Bûcheron.
Chasseur. Maro. Prêt. Ohé. Keyer. Chasseur. Derax. Bastisseur. Prêt.
Terrasse. Oil. Maro.
Effet. Maro.
Effet. Oé. Maro. Fait, libé, Mamaro.
Prêt.
Prêt. Kay, Maro, Maro, Maro.
We're not losing the first scout.
Que fait? Ohé. Livré. C'est livré. Que fait? Gagné. Assisto. Ohé. C'est. Prêt. Ohé. Gagné. Livré.
Oui.
Prêt. Ohé. C'est. Ohé. Livré.
Bûcheron.
Que fait? Livré. Assisto.
Almost dead.
Prêt, Mamaro. Kay, bûcheron. Oui. Oui.
Hmm. So if he goes too far across, he also has to deal with the neutral like creatures as well. They're surprisingly dangerous to individual spearmen. Hmm. Hmm. He just doesn't have a wall here. Does he have spears? He does. Hmm. Make sure there isn't a gap up there. There isn't. Yeah. As expected. Hmm. Well, that's a bit dangerous. No, I think we just need a tower over here. Make sure I can protect that wood line. No, not that. Where's that market? Should have gotten a market earlier, I think. Obviously, but... Get +2. I think we'll just... Well... Also, I didn't think of siege until now. It's unfortunate. That probably would have been a good choice. He's gonna go castle. Or something like that. Is this stuck? No, it's fine. Be fully on the run. It looks like it. Like I said, not a lot of room for error.
Artisan, pastisseur. Pastisseur. Pastisseur.
Oh, okay. Huh. Well, interesting, but I do have the mangonels, so. Huh. He's committed everything to this. So we eventually get a castle. Just make sure I do not rally to my death. Don't ask what that mangonel is doing. I don't even have +1 attack here, but... I think we just need that imp. Clearly. It can be done. Doesn't he get a bonus going for it too? But we'll see. But oh, he doesn't have murder holes. We need to find some more stone. If he gets Imperial before me, we have a much dicier position. Fuck. It's way too close. Exceptionally strong against cavalry? Wait, what? I have all this siege though, so I would love to find some more stone. I'll just buy it, I guess.
있어?
He has elite Genoese crossbows.
뭐해? 오케이, artisan, winner. 오케이, 뭐해? 뭐해? artisan. artisan.
This is an interesting choice. Not a lot of room for error against the knights and mangonels. Bit of a mess, though. I cut off the reinforcements. He was on, I think he probably just got the second TC as well. The fact that I got to Imperial first, like, was by like 5 seconds, but still being close. He put archers in ram. I think he was a little desperate. It wasn't working. Why does it tick up so much? Like, why does it start so low? No way he quit. He was so incredibly far behind. Like, well, it might not have been super obvious, but because he didn't see half my base, but to know why I go Rams. He was poor, I think, because he was on 1 TC. See, this is the feeling. At no point did I feel really at severe risk there, because he's clearly committed, but oh no, it's so stressful. He's right outside my base. But archers and castles don't move very fast. That's what I've noticed. So Byzantines. Quite a load time. Say that because he's gonna start lagging. I'm gonna start getting rustled. See, there's no GLHF in the early game in AoE 2, at least for me, because you need to do like 37 actions in the first second. Well, ideally you do them all at the exact same time, but that's just not possible. So, but you do as many as you can as quickly as possible. That's all of them, right? I think so. Deer. Well, fluffy deer. I didn't see the second boar. Duh, figure that one out. Where is? I guess it could be in that very northern. Oh, what the fuck? That's so far. Oh no. There's a little tree thing here. Son of a... No, get behind it. No, fuck! Oh no. Okay. Ah, not again. You piece of fucking... Why are you always like this? Literally, without fail. Oh my fucking god. Bro, don't bother me right now. I'm a little busy. I fucking give up. Alright, whatever. It's just not happening. They get magnetized to like... any tree in range. We need to like push it away from the tree. And then, where the fuck are you going? I will not be beat by a fucking ostrich. Well, at least one more. Well, he's clearly not deer pushing.
Oui.
I think we can say that.
Fait.
Chassez au.
Okay.
No, make sure it doesn't get anywhere close.
Fait. Sec. Fait. Derrière. Rien. Assistant.
Prêt. Chassez au.
Ouais. Derrière.
Oh, I don't have the
Okay. Bûcheron.
wood
Assistant.
because I made this house. Not ideal.
Fait.
Chassez au.
Fuck.
Fait. Ferrac.
Oui. Prêt. Bûcheron.
Fait. Rien.
Okay.
Ouais. Assistant.
Fait. Bûcheron. Bûcheron. Oui.
Fait. Bûcheron. Fait. Chassez au. Rien. Bûcheron.
It's this way. That's his deer, right?
Prêt. Bûcheron. Oui. Prêt. Bûcheron.
This is a fast castle.
Fait. Bûcheron. Fait. Ouais.
Pastisseur.
Fait. Assistant. Fait. Rien. Assistant. Bûcheron.
What is all this? Oh, look at this wood line. He's got goddamn national forest over here.
Ouais. Assistant. Fait. Assistant. Fait.
Oui. Prêt.
Assistant. Rien.
Meanwhile,
Assistant.
Okay. Pastisseur.
Ouais.
Okay. Fait. Pastisseur.
Fait. Assistant.
oh wait, what? Militia? I expected spears, of course.
Okay. Libère. Fait. Libère. Certes. Pastisseur. Prêt. Oui. C'est fait. Libère. Libère. Prêt. Libère. Bûcheron. Okay. Bûcheron.
Alright. Well, that was certainly something else.
Pastisseur.
I guess we'll complete this.
C'est fait.
What a mess. Again, he's got that whole wall off area. So convenient. I'm not even risking it here. I thought he was damaged enough to kill him. But I'm gonna lose a Villy. Amazing. Why don't I have... Oh, I need a blacksmith. Fuck. Ow, fuck. There's no way that's a fucking wall. There's absolutely no chance. Okay, let's slap that down and... What? What? Really? Now?
Ok. Pastisor. Ohé. Vilain. Pastisor. Pastisor.
Where's the gap?
Prêt. Ok. Libé. Pastisor.
I didn't get the gold mining up. Kind of gave away the fact I have knights. Not that that's gonna be a shocker to him, I don't think, but... Stone gate.
C'est fait.
University? Hmm. Hey, I can't. There's no getting into that. Is that fast Imperial? He does not have... These are words. Struggling.
Pastisor.
Stone mining. Yeah, at least. Probably could have deleted a palisade instead, but... Oh, it's crossbows?
Ohé. Pastisor. Ok. Pastisor.
What is that surprise?
C'est fait. Prêt. Ohé.
Hmm. Oh, he's already got ballistics. Fuck.
Ok. Bûcheron.
I don't have a market? Oh, it's a disaster?
Che voglio? Che è vera?
Fucking hell. Here we go again. So it's almost exactly the same scenario. Except I think he's handled it a lot better than the last guy. And also the map is just not good for me. Here comes the castle of Illies. That's a big one. Yep. And there that goes. We both know you're building a castle out here. And not a lot of room for error against the knights. You can try all the micro you want, but I have knights. You made a mistake. And he misclicked for 1 second. Surprise! The knights got in because he was coming to castle drop me. And that split his attention 2 ways, which was about 2 too many. And, well, there you go. We're back. 1300. Not so proud of it with the Frank, says that, but it's something. Thing is, like, a big reason of playing like this is trying to figure out what actually does deal with it. It is the style that I struggle with the most. Like, the scouts into knights, into just running around and making your life difficult. And so far, the only times I've lost are against someone doing something similar, but better. So, eventually I'm sure we'll hit a wall, maybe literally, but like, just doing better with their scouts or handling castle better, but
when I look upon this game,
I'll tell you how to defend against these rushes. I'm the one rushing.
Laughing, crying,
And so you're finally going to bed after calling me losing the game 3 times in a row incorrectly. The assessment of, oh, well, he's got a fighting chance. Yeah, I did, I guess. All it takes is 1 manga now. It does feel like the solid game So hang a hat on. I don't know. The archers... I think archers are better if you're near perfect. In most cases. Unfortunately, most people are not. It's kind of like charge lots in SC2. Where, technically, if you micro well, they are pretty mediocre. But because they just come running in and slapping you with their swords, then it becomes very difficult to deal with. Let's see, we can bring up the spectator. It's time for the real action. Okay, we got a filter. Here we are. 62? How do you even get... How is that possible? I sometimes like going to... Because these are games that are happening right now. Games that started several hours ago. We're not going to do that. But, I am very interested to see what less than 100 ELO looks like. Oh, here we go. We got... I saw 182 on Nomad. Wait, what? How does it say... Am I blind? No. On Kilimanjaro. 274 versus 89. Let's take a... Can I look at their profiles? We have... He's played 149 matches. And what's his win rate? I don't actually see the win rate anywhere. How's his highest rating? Oh, wait, his highest was 576. This is the rating. Oh, well. But he stabilized and he climbed his way back up. All right, we got to see what that looks like. Of course, we'll give it the full treatment. Welcome back to Bronze Age Heroes. Oh, of course. My favorite part is seeing how they put together their housing complexes. And... Ding ding! The attack of the geese! The turkeys! Attack... Wait. I don't know. Scout cavalry is under attack. Did we kill? No, no kills yet. The scouts just kind of around. Let me introduce our players. Then we got Prophet number 2,575. A lot of profits. All right, like and subscribe so I can get more profits. And then, of course, as the Persians, it's Thatchy Hale. Here on Kilimanjaro, as he puts together his apartment complex, making sure he will not be housed for probably the rest of the game. Feudal Age at a time, which has inspired his opponent to also reach the Feudal Age. And still, the build-up continues as we blaze past the 16-minute mark. The housing complex is looking beautiful. The kills, non-existent, because it's all about demonstrating your dominance. And if you kill your opponent, how can they know how good you are? It's a real question. Alright. The first scout cavalry is under attack, but it may just be auto scout. The scouts, speaking of scouts, both sides building up. And first blood at the 24-minute mark. Sure, it may have been a scout, but it's blood nonetheless. As now that first blood has been drawn, of course, we must take a closer look at the builds and the actions of the players. The idle TC time kind of impressively low, considering. The worker count, the Villies, 52 for Thatchy Hale, 8844. Profit number 2,575. On the other hand, only 36 so far is the Gurjaras, which I think is quite a bold choice as a relatively inexperienced player. Because I don't know what they really do either. Well, maybe he probably knows more than me. But you got cavalry, camels, kind of a counterplay to most of the things that your opponent might be going for. But we'll have to see what the Persians have in store for us. Right now, they're storing a whole lot of scout cavalry. Those are not light cavalry. He has not yet gone for the upgrade. Because they don't look as cool. So, it's important to note. The housing, the apartment blocks coming together. As for eco upgrades, double bid, horse collar. On the other side, profit, understanding how profits are made. We've got the bow saw. That's what it's called, right? Bow saw? Yeah. And heavy plow, wheelbarrow. All these economic boons coming together. So, a solid economic base to complement the slightly more questionable base that they put together. Time warp. But the scouts, it is currently 49 scouts. That is the build. Scout Rush is, well, may have misinterpreted the meaning of Scout Rush. But it certainly still, I think, fulfills the definition. As he's got more than one full control group of scouts. So, Castle Age is upon us. And we ride. Riders of the Persian army. Shields will be shattered. I don't know if they have... Well, off we go. The cavalry rides down from the hills of Kilimanjaro. And invades the base. 34 minutes into the game. The camels will contest. That is scout cavalry, not light cavalry. And he has exactly 0 upgrades. So the camels may actually be quite a counter here. Especially considering he hasn't gotten any armor upgrades. So the fight so far has been less than cost effective in a relatively even trade. And the bells are rung and rung again. The skirmishers also trying to participate in the group activity. But the camels, there's a couple monks here. If they stand very still, scout vision is based on movement. Some villagers blocking in the scouts. What a block. What a play. Sure, was it on purpose? Does it matter? But the villies blocking in the scouts. A tunnel of death and destruction. And a disaster for Thatchy Hale as he's caught between a villager and a camel place. And his scouts are wiped from the field. The kill-death ratio 60 to 11. Thatchy with the follow-up. He's upgraded to knights. The castle will eventually build. The boar, I'm sorry, the bush pig approves of a castle built in its honor. Meanwhile, well, after the bout of both pigs actually standing by, but the farms will continue. Let's look at the APMs. Yep. They are playing several actions. Meanwhile, town centers. 3 of them so far for the Gujaras. Only a second one being invested by Thatchy Hale. He thought the 65 scout rush was going to get it done, and so did I. But we were all mistaken, as the spirited and fortuitous defense of profit number 2575, as obviously the prophecy foretold. He was easily able to slice down the invading forces. And there's a lot of... Oh, you can't just keep ringing the bell, bro. Well, as the scouts continue their actions... Mascot elephants, war elephants, actually look pretty sick. Never had occasion to use them, they're so expensive. Is there a way to see the prices of things with like regular tooltips on Capture Age? We're also using this as a tutorial for me. I'm 400 ELO in Capture Age. But let's look at the vision. So far... Wait, has he scouted the whole map? Yeah, I think so. I think the auto scout has gotten him the vision he needed. Now some multiple castles on the way. This big job, huh? A single villager contracted out, I believe, for both castles. Which, the no big contract is, a bit questionable, but, I mean, who's paying the bills? As we blaze past the 40-minute mark, the fateful engage... Oh, all right, there we are. There is a non-zero chance he doesn't know he can build with multiple villagers. But, technically, if you're not under pressure, and you don't want to get to Imperial, and you don't need anything out of the castle, and you're not looking for tech or defense, then it doesn't matter how many villagers you use to build said castle. So, I'm the one looking the fool. Thatchy Hale, though, with 4,200 food, has quite a nest egg here. I'm clearly stocking up for the winter, and I can appreciate that. The war elephants, a singular monk, will grab some of the relics. You know, honestly, monks are ripped. That relic is, like, taller than the monk itself. So that might be my mod that makes the relics. It doesn't matter. Lift it, just kind of holding it there. Getting his reps in. Well. And gonna bring it back so everybody can take a look at it for, well, a nominal fee, of course. The hills of Mount Kilimanjaro, well, the mount itself has yet to be acquired as we go through a chrono boost into the future. A castle at a less than perfect location if you are not looking for the aesthetic bonus. Of course, if you're looking for the coolest looking castle, well, think of the views here, because the windows are going to be about even with the top of the mountain. So you're going to be able to see, like, straight. You don't have to tilt your head. Not going to get those neck pains, which I know, like, as you wake up. I got to take the kids to school. To stretch out. Gets a little rough. So, they're really thinking about the villagers. Now, 1 in 3 children may not make it. But 1 in 3 villagers has already been suffering anyways. It doesn't really matter. All right, for the greater good of Persia. As the castle is coming together. And we get closer and closer to that 1 hour mark. Of course, important to point out that the timer is 1.7 times the speed of real time. So that means we've only enjoyed for, well, if we were playing at 1x, it would be more like 30 minutes. But, in fact, we've taken a few jumps. And even a town center. As both sides, 146 to 145 supply. Dead even. 19 war elephants with 12 more queued up. And he still has money in the bank. Meanwhile, 20 camel riders. We've got... oh, wait, I can enter a custom name? I'm not going to enter... Wait, can you do that for each monk here? Like, if I do this, I'm like, this is Twitch chat. Was every monk now Twitch chat? Did I break everything? No, just that monk is now Twitch chat. Twitch chat, congratulations. There you are. Backseating all the actually useful units. Just sitting around looking pretty. But, oh no, war is upon us. As the war elephants, the knights ride down from the summit. The war elephants will slam into the castle, being an appreciable size compared to it, much like your mother. And the camels, oh no, a move command. Unfortunately, it appears he's right-clicked with his entire army in an attempt to convert one of the elephants. The castle will crumble. And I don't know if chakram throwers and skirmishers are going to have... Oh no, he's microing. The war elephants are doing pretty well. It does appear like the war elephants will just rampage across the countryside and completely wipe out everything else. And that may lead us to our epic conclusion. Oh no, Twitch chat! No, that wasn't Twitch chat. Maybe you just need to name the castles or something. I don't... Another monk. The production is non-existent right now for profit number 2575. As... Yep, and then it just kind of ends. As Thatchy Hale earning his place. He did have 3 times the ELO. To be fair. About 250 to 80. So, clearly 3 times favored. And here we see winning 3 times as hard. A decisive victory. What a game. Of all the games I've ever seen, that was certainly one of them. So, let's take a look. Wait, no, we gotta go. I tried to leave the map. It doesn't like that. Gorjaras don't have great counters to elephants. Yeah, it was a Civ win. Like, it was favored from the start, as you could tell. Let's look at someone around my level, and which I think is a good practice, because looking at top tier players is going to be real disappointing. I imagine, like in StarCraft 2, when we look at players who are just doing a poor impression of really good players, which you might be like 1800 is the top like 6%. Yeah, did I stutter? I don't know. But let's see what kind of matchup we got here. Steel for meal, Chinese versus Spanish on Arabia. We got Fuentosals, which I believe is Spanish, and hopefully not offending anyone. And he's playing Spanish, so which one? You missed the Huang game. Does Huang count as higher yellow? Wait, I pressed the wrong button. Or is Huang in his own category? What is AoE Pong? Wait, what the fuck? I need to know what that is. And this is a titled match, which means I think they're actually like have profiles on this spectator site. I need to know what AoE Pong is. Requires you to download custom files. All right. Wait, what? I had to tab back in before. All right, let's play Pong. I guess. I don't have any idea. The map should auto download. I had to confirm that it could invade my computer with its beautiful files. And let's go to normal speed. Welcome to. Let me try the capture age music and see. Is there no music? Is it usually from AoE 2? I'm just playing the soundtrack. You know, I'm gonna try the. Oh, here we go. Introducing here on... Is it the name of this map? on AoE Pong, which it's a circle. Okay. Interesting. We have ATH Lighty as the Vietnamese up against the Spanish player. The two highest players playing in Age of Empires 2 right now, 2,300-ish ELO. Barely more than my 1,300. So maybe I can learn one or two things from them. But I am gonna Google what AoE Pong is. So it's the season of the AoE Pong tournament. It's a tournament. Sharpen your builds, warm up your micro, and prepare your best excuses. It begins again. The purpose of AoE Pong is simple: balance competitive and enjoyable matches that allow every player at any skill level to improve and help others improve. The winner moves up, loser moves down, matches best of 5. I'm not sure if this is a tournament match or if this is just practicing, but we're gonna treat it like one. I think it's less... Well, I would like to know. The map is called Stranded, then. I'm working my way to it. I'll figure it out eventually. But what do we have? Nope, that's... You can't chop up the boat for extra wood, unfortunately. It does seem. We get the combined. Nice. Alright. Pretty large map, and surrounded by water, which is uncomfortable and upsetting, but it is a fact. And both the Spanish and the Vietnamese historically have not had too much of a problem with that fact. But we'll see. I'm not actually sure, honestly, almost anything about how boats work. Okay? How do they work? Water doesn't go in, water goes out. How do you explain that? You can't. But we'll have to take a look, as neither side has opted for feudal, at least too early on. Plenty of fishing ships. And I believe fishing is by far the most lucrative. Just dragging the meat of the sea into your boats and slapping it into your dock is a tried and true method for feeding your peoples. There's also, of course, elephants and other various things. But I'm interested to see how much focus is going to be on the water and how much focus is going to be on the land, which is a pretty historical methodology as well. But as there's very clearly plenty of land to work with, and all of the gold is far inland. I think the idea is we're stranded on a desert island in both of the shipwrecks. Like, they went to battle, the Vietnamese and the Spanish, which I don't know if historically that's ever happened, but here we are. Rewriting history. Now, both armies, both fleets, both armadas shattered. And only a few villagers in their broken hulk, or galley, or whatever that is, remain. But just because they are stranded here on this map, stranded, does not mean the war ends. No, it just gets a little bit more personal. Like me asking you to smash that like button, and maybe even subscribe. But the feudal age has begun, or at least working towards it, for Lighty. Meanwhile, it does seem like a fast castle sort of situation for the Spanish. Ark has 21 villages, 6 fishing ships, and still has not clicked up to feudal. Which, a sort of greed that the Spanish are well known for. Meanwhile, a barracks on the way as well. Not just sitting back and building up his infrastructure. No! The Vietnamese, honestly, one of my favorites. I noticed a lot of people in the tournament leaning on Vietnamese. And I'm not surprised they've settled on it, because it has access to pretty much everything you need at each stage of the game. And not to be understated, as a relatively shit player, which we're all different scales up to Hera, but knowing where your enemy town center is a not small deal. The amount of scouts that die to town centers, ironically unscouted, is too damn high. And I think at most levels of play, maybe not this one, but having an idea, especially on a map that's maybe a little bit less traveled, is not a small thing. I don't know if they started with Nomad. I think it was actually Nomad. Now that I think back a little, but all the villagers started with the crash ship. I'm getting it now. It's coming together. I like it. I don't like the water, but I like the theme. So I'm just gonna try to put my dislike aside. And right next to it is that like button. So we're waiting. I bet. Meanwhile, the scout will slap at the first villagers. And actually gets the runaround. Nice snipe there to start things off. A small victory. But large victories are built on small victories. Sometimes. Really, it depends. But meanwhile, and a Hulk in the fishing ships. An investment early. Gets into the dock. Gonna snipe off some of the villagers. And so far, Lighty putting on a lot of pressure. Arg! Does not have much to show for it. The Hulk just rampaging throughout. Gonna throw those harpoons or hooks or whatever the fuck it's doing there. It looks so weird. And there's nothing to contest it quite yet. He's building a couple Hulks of his own, it looks like. Meanwhile, the spear slapped down by the scouts themselves. Another spear in the middle of the map. Still, so it could get some Hulk on Hulk action. Oh yeah, yeah, just, yeah. Yeah, that's happening. The math does not check out, unfortunately, for the Vietnamese, and Arg is starting to stabilize just a bit, but how do you stop the scouts rampaging throughout your base? That's a trick question. You don't. You just slow them down. And another villager tries to quick wall, quickly finds the unit's loss tab, which I don't think we actually have, but like we have a counter. You get the idea. Meanwhile, a fire galley will light up the Hulk, which I think the Hulk actually counters it based on what's happening here. Yeah. Huh. Maybe he didn't. Maybe what he expected was a galley. Alright, he'll build a galley to counter my Hulk. And then I'll build a fire ship to counter said galley. But no! You went rock against my rock instead of going scissors. Or paper, or whatever works in this analogy. So, the counterplay was there. And Arg starting to stabilize, and oh no, a Hulk! Rolling around. The wind in its sails. And it just keeps going. It's on a scouting mission, apparently. Don't know. Okay. Wait, no. It's probably... Alright, there we are. Garrison some of the fishing ships. Now we're just gonna ooze all over each other. Which is... Yeah. Meanwhile, a spearman just kind of casually strolling through. Who grabs some of the water buffalo. We all know spearmen. Very, the water buffalo whisperer. The Hulk. Dragging some of the fishing ships. The counter Hulk, though. We've got double bid on the way. We're 18 minutes in. And it's only getting more confusing. Another Hulk, but 2-on-1. He brought a friend. And I didn't even know you were allowed to do that. Meanwhile, more Hulks getting chased down. The fishing ship count, 11 to 9. But it's 5 Hulks to just 2. And the villager at the back, gonna try to hold and slapping it together. Don't ask how that works. But it does seem to be working. And if he takes down the Hulk... Oh, no! Double kill. What a play. And he's looking the other way. Obviously, ain't no Shakespeare there, but... Some of the water buffalo... What? The moo cows are... Is that a... Wait, castle? That's a knight. I know what knights look like. Meanwhile, more hulks. Fishing ships just standing there and taking it, which is a little depressing. Trying to wall off, but the knight bashing its way through. The town center will protect some of it. Hulks holding. More hulks on the way. The scores are about even, for whatever that's worth. Meanwhile, chop through some of the wood, and oh no, it's a disaster. The knight slapping through the villagers. And Lady starting to bleed out here. Some cavalry archers to help deal with it. But 3, 4, 5 villagers going down. The more Hulk on Hulk action. Cavalry archers struggling to aim as they haven't yet researched ballistics or basic common sense. The knights are boxed in. And, well, actually successfully trapped. So, might be able to get some of it. More knights making their way around. And, well, that certainly leaves us somewhere. 4 knights, 5, with +1 armor. And on the other side, he's got fletching. And where's that blacksmith? It's somewhere, I assume. Basically, oh, another villager slapped down. Knight's a surprisingly good counter to docks. But the Hulk still getting chased down. Cavalry archers to the north. Knights still rotating around the south. Water buffalo picked up. More knights rallied across. The fishing ship count 10 to 9. Hulks gonna be 5 to 5 momentarily. More cav archers on the way. And is there anything to challenge them on the other side? No, there's no wall. Meanwhile, trying to slap through lighties. Monastery in production. Still no university, but I think ballistics might be a bit too far here. Knocks out a couple more villagers. Easily takes out a spearman. The Hulks are... Wait, that's a big Hulk. Sorry, War Hulk. My bad. You can tell by the way it is, though. Is he upgrading his own Hulks? Nothing in production at the moment. But 2 on 1, how does that go? The numbers don't lie. And they spell disaster for the Spanish for now. Oh, whoa, this is... Okay, yeah. That's also happening. Which... Okay, moving its way by. Cav archers, town center optimistic. Knights, there's enough cav archers at home, though. And he doesn't have +2 armor. Whatever you called it. I don't remember the name of that. +2 armor. But... Lighty... starting to stabilize. He's retaking control of the southeastern seas. And the cav archers outmaneuvering the knights as they aren't so range deficient. Though struggling on the open field to actually find any success. Trying to corner. But wait, the ships are going to get involved somehow. Or are they? The Hulks. Don't talk to me or my... Come back here, boy. I don't... No, Dad, stop! Stop it! Stop! Stop! Anyway, cav archers. Oh, scorpions! Not surprised to find some on this idyllic island. Torn by war, takes out 1, but there's 2 more where that came from. Knocks out some of the knights. The dock, in the midst of everything, also going to combine to the damage. Meanwhile, the Hulks are all over each other. But the scorpions getting some good slices. Knocks out another. And the knights also getting some big slaps in. Meanwhile, the Hulk... that scorpion... softening it all up. Gets one last shot. The cav archers doing a lot of damage, but maybe not so much that he can't stabilize. It's 9 fishing ships to 9. The income is all over the place. The score is remarkably similar. There's still not a clear victor on the water, as neither side is really able to reinforce before the other one is able to build up yet again. But the cav archers, more scorpions though, slicing through, and another double. And, well, stubbing their toe would be enough for these cav archers. He gets 1 more Villy. The scorpions dodges the shot, slides to the left, slides to the right. 2 hops this time? Maybe, maybe not. Maybe go fuck yourself. But down goes another. Knight standing by. 37 to 3,500 score. And, so things are certainly happening. More cav archers. 3 to 6. We've got some of... Oh, those are monks. They just have a cooler icon on this, but they're monks. Gonna try to convert some of the knights to their side, though I don't think they could do the same with the scorpions. I don't know if there's like a more advanced tech. Ah! This is fucking happening. What the hell? Oh, that's clearly not enough hulks. Meanwhile, the monk just casually strolls through. Lighty lost every single one of his hulks. It's now 11 to 0, which means I believe he's lost the water. It's just not... Oh, watch out, watch out! It appears Monk's vulnerable to a bunch of rocks in the face. The mangonel. And the fishing ships with their last potential attempt, and Lighty has to get something done on the ground, but it just doesn't seem like it's going to happen with the siege, with the monks. Not the monks, rather. The monks aren't going to get it done against the scorpions, the mangonels. And now the hulks are sailing. And there's nothing to stop them. That will be the end of the fishing ships. The scorpions. Trying to get some slices off. Not a lot of damage in each individual shot, but it adds up pretty quick. Meanwhile, another monk. Oh no! Slash down. And there's not much of an answer to the knights. The cav archers trying to find their way through. The fishing ships are getting taken out. More knights. Another monk comes out trying to convert. Cav archers dodging the scorpions, dodging the docks, dodging the town centers. But clearly without as much command over the map, but a couple knights out on the field. The hulks now attacking the villagers on land, which is terrifying. And may even be able to take out the mill, of all things. Mighty still putting a lot of pressure on with the cav archers. There's only one mangonel, but there's a whole heap and helping of scorpions. Mangonel fired off. Direct hit, but only a couple cav archers. Monk's still optimistic that it's going to get a convert off. The hulks have cleared out the vast majority of the fishing ships. Another mango shot. Not quite able to take it down. Well, ballistics is done. But for both sides, which I'm not sure if ballistics affects siege weapons. But the sheer amount of siege weapons is... Oh, he nabbed the relic, which is something. The hulks completing their clear. It affects scorpions, which does seem pretty relevant here. The villager count, ARG, with 59 to 52. I believe that does include the fishing ships, which we definitely should, considering he now has control of the water. Lighty not giving it up yet. Starting to struggle. The food in less than ideal. A single knight on the other side, but he might just be borrowing it. The monk, there's a relic in the base, but not all the relics have been slapped into the monastery for viewing pleasure, for a nominal fee, of course. Meanwhile, the mangoes in vision. And, well, doesn't lead the shots, but he goes right through the knights. Oh, no. Gonna lose several more cav archers in the process. Meanwhile, the cav archers fighting against the hulks. The docks have been removed. More fishing ships for ARG. Knights getting kited by the cav archers. But the siege is slowly, but somewhat surely marching forward. Though on the open field, the scorpion's not nearly as decisive. A single knight and the monk still chasing it around. Looks like the relics have been slapped into the monastery. Meanwhile, mangoes garrisoned in the siege workshop, ready to make their... What is this called? Chain barding armor. The +2 attack. And a castle. This is the moment. After 35 minutes, someone's finally figured out... Well, oh, out of nowhere! The shot, but he dodged it. What a play. Dodges back to the other side. Doesn't get the trade. Oh, no. Actually turns it around just in time. The mangonel, single knight, dodges back. The knights, scorpions, a lot of damage. But a single knight can really complicate things. The cavalry archers, the castle at half HP, but the siege is dwindling. Just a couple knights, he borrows one from the other side, working on the villagers. The castle 80%, 90%, dropping quickly the villager count, but I think he's gonna get it at the last moment with just a few villagers to spare. But the arrows from the castle will wipe out every single last cav archer, but a single one with quite a story to tell. And... well, he put it all on the line, and he crossed it with just that much to spare. Arg has claimed command at the center of the map. His score far ahead. Still neither side anywhere close to the Imperial Age, as their empires have been stranded on this island and at war for most of an hour at this point. Oh, not that close to it. We're getting there. Mangonel still garrisoned in the siege workshop. No hope of trebuchets anytime soon. Another town center lady. Scrambling. What? They built another dock, the Hulks? Incredible. That's not gonna happen. Meanwhile, the outpost taken out. And 70 villies to 79. 2 Mangonels trying to dodge, putting pressure on the town centers. How many knights? He's building some war elephants, which another relic will be nabbed. How many relics does he have on the other side? 0. That's not very many. So far, I think a big part of Lighty's economy here is the 3 relics he's been leaning on. Dodges some more mango shots, but the Scorpion's a little harder. The elephant should be able to tank a few more hits. Imperial Age. Invested and begun. But if he can clear the siege... couple war elephants here, fires off the shots, but even a direct hit. The war elephant's not particularly quick, but still quicker than the Mangonels. And he's looking around the corner, tries to get a last shot, but he's wise to it. Both Mangonels taken out. And the Rams! It's time for... and some petards! Oh, no! Wait, well, does this work? The Rams slamming their way through. The petards also helping with some of the damage, but he might be able to just bash through the castle. Quite a gamble, but there's nothing behind it. He has 3 knights and 1 monk, and that's it. That's nothing. And the castle will fall, and there's nothing behind it. Now, of course, Lighty can't know that. He's broken down the castle, and he's going to continue forward because obviously the lack of aggression indicates something else. And there's only so many options to what that something else could be. The Imperial Age is still 90 seconds out, but that's going to be a long minute and a half, even though we're at 1.7x speed. As the elephants bashing their way through, the Rams are a pretty hard counter to uncontested buildings. And the Cav Archer is going to pressure forward. And what does he even do with Imperial? He doesn't have a castle? Does he get an upgrade? He doesn't have the money for an upgrade. For his knights, he has no units. He dug too deep, and maybe too greedily, as villagers are coming across to offer their respects to the castle I assume they're about to build in the near future. And slaps it right down. 15 seconds to the Imperial Age. But is there anything there? The Hulk's still working on houses, but he invested so much on the water. The castle on the way. The Rattan archers bashing through the university. No chemistry, no knowledge. And, well, now what? He's got Cavaliers and armor. Level 3 in production. He's banking on the knights somehow breaking out, but the Rams are having a much easier time of breaking in. And with the castle to cover from within range, he can just go straight through the town center. Lighty built up for effectively an all-in, and it was effective. Cavaliers are not done. The armor is not done. The villagers being slaughtered one by one. And the chances of defending this are looking slim to none. Blocks it in. More villagers down. The Cavaliers completed. And what a play from Lighty to turn things around when it looked dire. He did a lot of damage. He killed a lot of villagers in the process of dealing with that castle. And, well, there are still fishing ships, but the fish have been exhausted for the most part. The Hulk's looking for an opportunity, but I don't think you can win the game directly from the water. as you cannot build anything out there on its own. So, the Knights, the Cavaliers, will run by. Vietnamese have Bracer, yeah. Wait, but he doesn't have Imperial, so that means the armor absorbing a lot of the shots. They have, what, 4 Pierce armor? TC doing just 5 damage. Wait, so the math obviously is pretty good for the Cavaliers there. The War Elephants, some monks mixed in. The death ball of Cav archers and elephants is continuing forward. He borrows a couple Cavaliers. And Arg is scrambling. His name becoming more of a statement at this point. As the villager count is down to 74, Lighty at 108. And once he gets Imperial Age, well, the options are going to run even more thin. GG! What a play. The turnaround before anything could kick in. And he kicks him out of the game. A back and forth. Losing the water, but winning the land. On a map that I think neither of them could really decide what they wanted to focus on. I mean, not because they didn't know what they wanted, but because the other kept interrupting them so rudely. But quite a game. Awkward that the music just kind of ends. I think I'll stick with playing the soundtrack myself, as opposed to the... Because so many numbers, but a great game. Though no Pong. Yeah, Lighty at 2388, yellow. Arg at 2238. So, slightly favored there. But, what does that put him on the leaderboard? Pretty high up. I actually have no scale here. Let's see. Okay, not quite top 100. Well, pretty close. The gold, the relics made for the winner. I think I'd have to go to like AoE 2 Insights for it now. Did you learn anything? Well, it was a map I'll probably never play, so... There's a way to check. Yeah, I could have checked, but it was a lot. It was very helpful. I think he probably would have lost if he didn't get such a relic advantage. Okay, well, we got to continue the series, I guess. Incas versus Jerkins. Jerchint. It's Jerchint, right? All right. It's time for serious game. Well, Welcome back to some near professional Age of Empires 2, part of the AoE Pong tournament, where some of the top players and near top players battling it out in a series of matches that we're going to enjoy. Now, I don't know all the details, all the format. What I do know is these two had one of the most dramatic games I've ever cast. Now, I've only cast 2 games. The third time's a charm. And that means it can only get better. As we start things off on Frigid Lake, which only a bit of fish. We've got some swampland, which is surprisingly traversable for most units. And I guess you could also have boats, though I've never really seen a map with this sort of... Oh, fish as part of the early game. Wow. Interesting. But we have Ark as Jerkins. I gotta say it right. I gotta stop saying that. It's wrong. It's not right. The cavalry and gunpowder civilization. Meat of hunted and livestock animals doesn't decay. Interesting. Mounted units and fire lancers attack faster, starting in feudal. Got siege engineers a little earlier. So, a bit of gunpowder. And some interesting siege bonuses that... less friendly fire damage. Was that a risk? Meanwhile, the Inca, which also is a relatively new one for me, as the last time I played it was before settlements existed. They have access to, well, it really does look like almost nothing, but they've got their own specific bonuses and quirks and boons, I guess, with the settlements, which allow you to gather resources from anything. All right, you just slap them in there like a command center. Giving you significantly more utility. I heard a boat. There is a boat. Oh, he's got some big dock energy. No matter what, there's a spot of water. There's just like somebody spilled like their glass this morning. Boom, water map. That's how it works, all right? The value of fish is so high. And the value of villagers chopping up berries or deer is so low that it's just simply more lucrative. Wood, much easier and consistent to come by. So if you can get fishing ships, even on a map such as this, it clearly seems to be worth it. So, is there a way I can put the score on capture age? Like, I don't know if there's a... Oh, there's like a casting thing. Enable scoreboard. Best of... We're gonna call it 3. I don't know. And... Wait, no. That works. Huh. Now I just need to figure out how to press the button. Nope. There it is. Oh, sick. There we are. That looks pretty fucked up, but we'll worry about that later. We're getting there. See, part of this is me. I've been improving in the game itself. We hit our goal of 1,300. Again. I keep kind of waving there, but... So now it's time to practice talking about the game, which I see a lot of people in chat are usually such experts at, and I just want to be an expert of similar caliber. So that's why we're here. Checking out the AoE Pong tournament. A barracks on the way. And I think Og has it in him. He had some inspired strategies. Took control of the seas. But he couldn't see the dangers on land at the end of the day. So, 2 docks to start things off. Feudal on the way. A consistent trend. Just, wait, what? That's, what? Oysters? Is that food or gold? It's gold. Delectable. Ah. Who doesn't love gold? Meanwhile, the Champy Scout under attack. The Champies... I'm gonna need to play some of that. Like, I definitely need to play some on the... Oh! Horsicus dodges. It's enough. some of the other civs that have significantly different, like the Mesoamerican and the, I don't even know what you call the Georgians. Honestly, I don't know where they're from. I don't. There's like 69 civilizations now. It's a lot, and some of them have been overhauled apparently in the last few years, which is, well, it's a lot to keep up with. But thankfully, we have a little bit of time. Now that's a lot of 8 fishing ships, but somehow it's still a water map. Uh-huh. Because of course it is. One of these is day 3. One of these is not like the others. They still haven't realized I am not one of them. As, there's quite a spread of fishing ships over here. The Hulk is completed. And, well, does he see it? He does now. Gets obliterated by the Hulk, dragged down. And not sure why the Hulk isn't challenging the fishing ships on the other side. Well, there's clearly more on the way, but he's just kind of chilling. Which, a man of your talent? Oh, well, it's Champy time. Slapping his way through the wood line. The Champy runners trying to keep up with the villagers. And if he can slow down the wood production, well, now there's 2 Hulks. But there's also a fire galley, which, well, things getting a little complicated. The Champies in the wood line will get stabbed away. Meanwhile, the Villies here on the oysters, the Hulks are just dragging all over each other. The fire galley is burninating across the dockside. But 2-on-1 doesn't seem like a very fair fight. Another Hulk. A fire galley does not seem to be the counter. And well, here we are. It does appear that the Hulks are more than enough, to say the least. At least for now. So where does that leave us? He's just completely given up the swamp. Now, if you remember last game, and you should be able to, it wasn't that long ago, Grandpa. He did lose control of the water and was able to turn it around on the land. Now, this map almost an opposite of the previous one, where all the water is in the center and the land is surrounding it. How does that affect this? I have absolutely no idea. But what it does mean is Ark now has control of the swamp and the lucrative fish and the center of the map, which ideally you'd be able to move through to attack your opponent. So, some quick walls around the settlement. He's got gold in production. The oysters no longer an option down the center, at least for the near future. Some champies waiting for their moment, champing at the bit, if you would. I wouldn't, but you might. I don't. A tower to help defend. Does he have fletching? Not quite. We might be working towards the champies. But, oh, the villagers. Citizens arrest. These champies are running right past. He has 1-1. And with the armor and attack upgrades, it becomes a lot harder to actually... Oh, tries to go for the surround. He gets the slap, beats him down. The tower is completed. Stalling things out. Seemed to be more than enough to deal with the scouts. A lot of gold on the way. And there has to be fletching in production, right? Where is that blacksmith? I don't actually know what it... Look, there it is. Still no fletching, which means the Hulk's dangerously close. Another Villy. It looks so painful with those... They got, like, just clubs. It really has a painful sound to it. A couple fishing ships terrorized by the Hulks here. Castle Age for Arg has not even gotten close to starting for Mighty's Incas. So, what's he gonna do with it? Step Lancers. A more direct response. The champy's still going. Another Villy. 35 to 42 in favor of Lighty. He gets another one. The Step Lancer comes out and stabs the last champy out of the game, but... Well, Scout's coming in. Spearman trying to return the favor. And again, Lighty has a better economy. But the tech is lacking. Can he hold on long enough? Despite the lack of control of the center of the map of the water. It is a very different scenario. And I would lie. I'm not going to lie to you and pretend I know exactly the details or the implications. But it does feel like Ark has a stronger position. Though, 8 villager lead and a solid defense, including a hardening set of walls. He's got towers around most of his resources as well. I'm taking this very seriously. Just a straight up stone gate. I guess he's got plenty from... There's like 3 or 4... Well, not... There's something. It doesn't seem like the ideal setup, but it's better than nothing. Meanwhile, still no castle. He is seconds away, but struggling for food. And another house. And there it is. The split second he gets that 800 food, clicks up to castle. But that's a long time to wait. And even then, what's the next step? Lancers? Only for one of them. Although the Spearman getting a few free stabs. Usually have to pay extra for that, but... And one of the Step Lancers taken down. That's a freebie. Meanwhile, on the other side, the house and some more. Oh no, the right clicks. Oh, Ark! Oh. Arg indeed. Losing several extra cavalry to a lack of attention as he tries to skid around. But he stabs through those nice long spears of the Step Lancers, making it very hard to actually repair. Though, a few quick stone walls trying to stall things out, and yet another tower. A rocket cart on its way across. And what are we... I am hearing... Oh, the Hulks are still... 3 hours later, they might be able to take this down, but watch out. Oh, the rockets! One very unlucky villager. But fires off another set of shots, easily dodged. And, well, Fletchy has now completed a lot of idle villies. 20 seconds on the castle age. The Step Lancers just kind of get through. There's plenty of spears, but the rocket carts could redirect their efforts. And also, the towers are kind of doing a good job of helping out with that in general. The age has progressed. And now what? What is the choice? He's gonna start... Well, it's 42 to 37 villies. But... Well... 16 to 12 units. Ark has taken the lead in... Well, I guess that's counting all the fishing ships, which should be counted, obviously, as they're still gathering food. We've got crossbows on the way, but crossbows not known for dealing with rocket carts particularly well. But he's doing what he can, dodging the rockets, but the tower is falling. And if it goes down, the Step Lancers gonna have a lot more ability to deal with this. The last set of shots. A siege workshop. Oof. The rockets just impaling the spears, and the Step Lancers might get in on the rest of the action. Siege workshop is part of the wall. Just dodging, ducking, dipping, diving, and even dodging to deal with this. But he's trying to buy time, but I think Ark has done a pretty good job of pressing the issue. But the first step to winning is not losing. And oh no, the Scorpion misses the shots. Now gonna work through the center, but the crossbows, enough to deal with it. But the Step Lancers are coming. We've spotted the crossbows, and believe it or not, they're significantly faster. So how much Pierce armor? Just 1 at the moment. Does he have... No, he does not have +2 armor on the way, which means the crossbows, I think, pretty good. Pretty good. pretty good against the Step Lancers on the open field. And even better if they find a nice little tight corner to tuck themselves into. The rocket carts and the scorpions trundling across. A mangonel completed. Has Lighty gonna try to find some sort of counter to this siege. The Step Lancers stabbing their way through. The settlement blocking out that one mangonel so important right now. The crossbows have snuck all the way by somehow. He knew they were out there, but he gets to point blank, and that's going to be some free villager kills. But speaking of, the rockets are all over it. That mangonel not quite in position to deal with it. The monk, oh, fires off a shot. He's not going to dive on the town center. The crossbows just rampaging. One villager left behind, standing very still to not draw their attention. Has committed his entire siege force to the other side of the map. All besides one very important rocket cart. Though he kind of fires off his load a little bit early there, and that's disappointing for everyone involved. The crossbows marginally faster as they try to outrun potential death. Oh no, watch out, watch out, watch out! Oh! And finally loses track for a moment. And on the other side, where's the mangonel? Where is the mangonel? It retreated all the way back, but he's under so much fire. The crossbow's sneaking by. He does not have ballistics. It's a struggle. Oh, another... Wait, what? Did he get redemption? He had a rocket cart. He converted to some of the siege. A single mangonel trying to help out, but I think he can just dive it at this point. Or he could just lose it. That's also an option. And with it, potentially, the game. With it, potentially. Well, what has he got in production? There are 2 monks. He's living on a prayer right now. The fact that he could potentially convert the rocket carts is, I think, the only thing keeping him going. But, well, the Step Lancers are going to make quick work of that. Oh, we got one. We got 2. Which is a help. But is it enough? I don't think so. Meanwhile, Lighty with... What's the play? He's trying to put together a town center, but unfortunately there's one village. Get out of the way! Move! You guys need to move first! It's a disaster. Oh my. We've all known, blocking the hall, just standing in the middle of the hallway. It is the civic disputes. There's literally, oh, it's an absolute cluster fight there. Brenda! What? You were in the way! I didn't... Eventually, the town center will complete. It's 51 to 71 workers. There doesn't seem to be much. The crossbows zoning out the Step Lancers. And converting rocket carts. If he gets the rocket carts, and he still has vision. Oh, he's going to try to challenge that. He gets both! The counterfire, they heal each other. Oh, no! Well, that goes a pretty long way towards turning things around in the most literal possible sense. Voila! And he gets 2 rocket carts, which is certainly not going to hurt. The crossbows are struggling. He does have the barding armor now. That's what it's called, right? The +2. That the Step Lancers will take out the rocket carts they once owned. Some monks, but honestly, the monks getting a lot done. The Incas, forget if they have anything. They start with a free llama is probably the most important thing to note here, but. And minus 15% stone does explain some of the additional towers. But Lighty is not going quietly into the night. That second town center, desperate to turn. He's converting the outpost, which decides it would rather die. Or I assume he deleted it and he realized what was happening. Well, the siege, he's avoiding the center with a Hulk still reign. What? How did this happen? He nabbed a relic from the swamp. The monks. And that was what the entire last game was built on, was the monks just slipping relics by. Somehow, despite absolutely no control of the swamp, he manages to grab a relic. So again, well... rebellions are built on hope. And also gold, most importantly. Still no ballistics is incredibly apparent. A single rocket cart. He fires off a sad, sad shot, but fires off another one. That is not enough crossbows. The rocket cart, oh wow. He's gonna go maybe for the villies. Gets a couple. Oh, that is pretty nice, but he does have the stabby mechanic, right? The super stabs. Yeah, he gets all up in there. And Lighty just refuses to give up. He'll never surrender. He does have a castle. So he's got ballistics on the way. Some more crossbows caught. He has one relic. How many on the other side? Is there a monastery? I don't see one. But there's a lot of he's got 3 monks and 11 crossbows, and that's the army, and 69 villagers, so as nice as it's gonna get. It's quite a tall order here. The castle, wow, the range. The monks really putting themselves out there. He's gonna get a couple conversions, which... got a couple more monks on the way. The crossbows and a little alleyway here. Still no Imperial. So, the defenses are holding. Can you put farms on a swamp? How about fish traps? It appears yes on the fish traps. I don't know if that's worth it. The market. And some rams on the way across. And how many shots does it take to get to the center of a ram? Several hundred, I believe. The spear is going to have a bit more success. Meanwhile, a whole lot of outposts in this corner as somehow a villager... I don't know if he converted the villager, he's just been building it up, but... Imperial has begun. As last game was decided by a mistimed Imperial. But this time, oh wait, no, he's gonna tap the rams on the shoulder. He might just want to delete him, I think. A surprisingly effective counter to the rams. He convinces the rams with a strongly worded debate that they no longer should be ramming him, but instead ramming their friends, which is just, you know, love finds a way. The Steppe Lancers continuing to rampage across the countryside. The score gap is looking... Wheelbarrow maybe a little on the late side here at the 41-minute mark. But better late than never. Imperial, a minute and a half out, though it would take quite a turn here, I believe, in order to... He does have a castle. Oh, that looks sick. I love all the unique castles. The crossbows again are another siege weapon converted. I think not many players are used to dealing with that in general. More villagers. He's down to 117, plummeting to a 20-worker lead. As the Imperial Age is nearly upon us. The Steppe Lancers are coming. He's gonna get a few more pickoffs. He's gonna get into the corner, I think. I don't even know if that's good against the Steppe Lancers, though, is the thing, because of the spears, right? Like, well, Imperial is done. Dodges to the side. At some point, just A-moving is probably the way to go. And that's a lot of crossbows going down. He's got What is that? Elite Step Lancer. Yeah, makes sense. On the way. 23 Step Lancers. 1. What is that? Iron Pagoda. 2 Iron Pagoda. Try to click on it. I don't know what an Iron Pagoda. Is that the unique unit? Yes. And then there's also Grenadiers. What? Another... The monk still out there, Lighty, is, he starts Imperial. We're not done yet. The outpost. So, the vision is, Lighty's vision. He's really lighting up. That is something. He's got quite an amount. He keeps trading monks for Step Lancers, which I feel is not a great long-term option, and that is way too many Step Lancers, right? Correct. Ah! Is able to fight it back, takes control of the Frigid Lake, and takes control of the game. Still a spirited fight from Lighty, really using those monks in a dramatic fashion to convert all the units that were most dangerous. 798 relic gold. Again, he comes out ahead on the relic gold, but it's not enough to turn the tide. There was just no answer to the Step Lancers by the end. But let's see. I don't actually know if the series continues or not, but I'm gonna check. Indeed, it does. Another match has begun. We're all tied up 1-1, assuming we jumped into the first match, but very balanced matches. I think the point of the tournament is for players who aren't quite pro but near it to have an actual tournament, I think, from what I understand. It's like 2K to 2500 or something like that, which is really, really good, but also would lose to Hera 100 times out of 100. If, what the fuck? Why is it all water maps? Somehow, it's entirely land, yet it's still a water map. The morass. Well, we're all tied up. I feel like that scoreboard could be... It looks weird. Maybe it's because Lighty's name. There we are. Solved. I see. That's what it's supposed to be. You can double fit. What is the hotkey? Keep the capture age hotkeys up over here. As both of them. Oh, expanded text panel. There are 47,000 foods on the map. What is Control Alt R? Which is widely considered to be a lot of food. I think I need to actually set up custom hotkeys for capture age so they're the same as my AoE 2 hotkeys, is why I can't, the jump to hotkeys. That'll be pretty sick though. I got it now, I'm getting there. I think I moved up to 500 ELO in capture age. So, in the north, as the Goths, we have Lighty here on Morass. Whereas the Ethiopians to the south, it's Ark. in a spirited series so far, with Lighty able to take a comeback victory on the stranded island as Vietnamese, but falling prey to that same level of water control from Ark on Frigid Lake, and now morass, a quagmire, and a whole lot of fish, which has implications. What sort of implications? There's only one way to find out. So it appears Lighty is invested in that Dark Age aggression, the Drush, if you would, which I've always thought was a pretty cool name. Whereas with the Goths and their infantry cost reduction and their extra attack against buildings, putting on that extra pressure, as well as loom, of course, in case the villagers want to get involved. Whereas the Ethiopians takes a little bit longer to pay off. They get some extra resources, but you got to get to feudal first, which, well, might be an issue with the militia. Does he see this? Well, he sees it now, either way. Militia's just going to start slapping at the house, doing an uncomfortable amount of damage early. Meanwhile, going fishing in the swamp ponds, which quite lucrative as well. I believe that's second only to fishing ships on deep water in terms of the speed of gathering. And if somebody in the chat says I'm right, then I know I'm talking facts, and if they say I'm wrong, then, well, they're wrong. Well, the militia just kind of bashing the villagers. Enough of them to trade for now, but he's just going to keep rallying. There's more on the way. No feudal age. A full drush. And, well, the villagers trying to stab their way through. Might be able to get the turnaround. And he does. That's one. Some more damage on the other, but that's another villager dead. And 23 to 18 is quite a disparity to start things off as he goes for the fish himself. And, oh no. Well, and yet another villager. Now, the only saving grace might be the fact that Lighty has not even gotten close to feudal. So, but an 8 villager lead is... That's gonna take some effort. And it's not over yet. We've had first drush, but have we had second drush? As another wave of militia has entered the woodline. A second set of militia has hit the woodline, commander. And oh no. Trying to stab his way through. Can't really afford to lose anymore, but the body block jostles him to the side. He gets close enough to the town center. The villagers surround looking pretty good. It's enough to hold for now. 28 villagers to 17. He's got 20 on food. The lucrative fish. Clearly, and he's gonna wall off the gaps between the fish ponds. And lock in some of the woodline. Now, it's not gonna take too long for the militia to work their way through, as he spotted the, he has not seen the mill on the fish. I think an incredibly important fact at this stage of the game when he could easily slaughter essentially all of the food production. And you gotta be thinking, I know, sounds hard, but where? Why? How? What? When? Things, that... Wait, is that a wall? For now. As the outpost is there, but he has to realize the food's coming from some... That wall's surprisingly I guess because he's still on militia. He's not even on men-at-arms. So, they're working their way through it. He's gonna spot it. And now he knows. Lighty, still not even the feudal age, but he should have enough for the man-at-arms upgrade. The archer is working it, so he's actually walled off the whole thing. 4 villagers doing so. Just chaos in the morass. Meanwhile, the militia, but they get out their shivs and will stab their way through, but wait, there's more. The feudal age finally, but the villagers, you might trade yet another. Oh god, it's painful. Wait, what a save!
What a save!
And the villager will survive, and maybe the start of a turnaround for who's been struggling just constantly. Though the triple team, man-at-arms upgrade about to complete, but not in time to save yet another militia. As the archer count starting to grow slightly. He has 3 with 2 more on the way. An archer, though, point-blank range and melee range. Oh, no. Men-at-arms take it out. And the villagers are once again called to action. As the citizens on the front line of the fight. Men-at-arms, oh, the target fire. Big mistake. And, well, the defense is coming together. Meanwhile, a single archer making things very uncomfortable on the other side. Quite a wall-off as he segments all of this. Oh no, body block, another villager! Slaps it down, sliced across the back. And again, the villager count will suffer another block. He gets away, but not far enough. 34 to 26 villagers. And it's not like he has a big unit composition lead. The archers are contesting. But, if he had 7, 8 archers, he has fletching, which is something. +1 armor is completed for the Goths, and making it that much more complicated to deal with, but cleans up, and that's it. That's the end of it. Not a single man, arms or otherwise, remains. Castle. The pressure has been so high, and what is he going to do with archers? He's going to add to the palisade walls with a few more arrows? Let me in! Ark, he has to know. There's a reason the aggression has stopped, and it's not because he's decided to open up diplomatic talks. Now, some skirmishers here to buy a little bit of time. He does not have fletching, so... But every second, the skirmisher doing its job of running away and drawing some extra fire. A great success thus far, and even a tower in production. Which... Well, since an archer is not the greatest counter to palisade gates, might be enough time. Castle in 20 seconds. Arg has no hope of it anytime soon. Though he is up to 30. The tower is done. Unfortunately, though. And that's his first glimpse of it. And another glimpse of Lighty hitting the castle age. Now, the tower will slow down any potential castle itself. Any Huskarls on that front. There's a lot of archers. But can he find any sort of angle to break through? I don't think so. As Lighty's pretty acutely aware of it. Market is on the way, realizing that it might just be easier to buy the stone than mine it itself. Got a lot of upgrades coming in. He has to anticipate. The Huskarl's the signature unit. Not all unique units are game defining, but the Huskarl's definitely one that can make or break against the archer balls. With approximately 74,000 pierce armor, it makes archers very difficult to find a lot of use. Let's see if I can... Yeah. Just kind of stomping around, getting their feet wet. Must be a little uncomfortable. The castle is queued up. Some skirmishers sneaking around. That is still a lot. He's slowly working his way. Actually, no, he's not working his way towards the castle. Oh, a couple villagers eating some hits. A big volley. The castle begins. And even a single Huskarl, I think, would be a decisive unit. But the archers are working their way through. The castle's still pretty far off. Castle age. A distant dream for Arg. who's building up his scout count. He gets into the base, but yet another tower will defend some of the resources. Lady. Well, he's doing some trading. A Scarl in production. No, he's looking the other way. The skirmishers get a couple shots. But the scouts, this is their moment. He's built up the scouts, and I don't think Scarl is so great against him. Has only 1 melee armor, so gonna try to trade again. And oh, losing a few extra archers here, but not sure how much that's gonna factor in. He has enough to click up to castle. He does. Arg still with, it's 39 to 42 villas. No second town center. Wait, I lied. Wait, that's a town center. That's a town center. This is not where he started the base, but it's where he is now. The Huskarls are spotted. But the scouts giving him maybe some second thoughts. Well, gonna use the scouts, the Huskarls on top of many of the archers, but I do think, well, he doesn't have +2 armor, and he doesn't have +1 attack. Fighting into the scouts. The scouts aren't that good. They might be able to bully the archers across the field, but the scouts, on the other hand, a lot harder to deal with. The Huskarls are cut down on the field. And now, well, who's flanking who? Is the question. That lack of upgrades is very apparent, but between the tower, the town center, there's a, well, he cuts down some more Huskarls. He's offering him up. But Lighty, still, he has the economy. It's 51 to 39 Phillies. He's gonna break through. It's just like a checkpoint system here. And, well, still. And the wall will be rebuilt while the Huskarls are dealt with. Finally, the castle age. Many minutes later. Now, what can he do with it? Those upgrades are sorely needed. That's the only thing. If those Huskarls had +1, +2, as opposed to just the +1 armor, I think it would have just sliced through everything here, but on the other side, we have knights with chain barding, that +2 armor. A real opportunity to turn things towards them. I do think languishing in the feudal age was a tough decision, but Lady actually manages to make the most of it. And, wait, no. Arg manages to make the most of it. Lady, on the other hand, overestimating the power of the Huskarls. And finds himself in a bit of an awkward position. And loses even more. Meanwhile, a second town center. Make that third town center. He's going to try to outboom. Another castle's on the way. He does not have crossbows, so he doesn't quite have the range to reach over the top. But he's keeping the castle at bay. There's a monk in production, but the knights are already in the base. And, well, I'm sure he's going to start the conversion. Well, it's done. There it is. But the scout's right on top of it. This castle's starting to look a little bit more in doubt. Oh, no. Lady, a bit too greedy. And now there's a castle halfway done. A monk dead on the field. Huskarls wondering where all their 20 or so friends went. And the Goths struggling against the Ethiopian cavalry push. And behind it with 3 town centers. Arg. Still, well, what's the eco upgrades? We got wheelbarrow. No horse collar, by the way, for Lighty. And wood is not exactly abundant at the moment, or in general. So those farms going to be running out soon. And the strain on the economy is going to increase. Meanwhile, we do have horse collar. We've got bow saw for even faster chopping, or fancier chopping. I think that's more accurate. And Arg has withstood the assault for most of the early game and turned it around. And you can't just keep building Huskarls and hoping for the best. I mean, maybe you can. He's now finished the +2 armor. What's it called? Chainmail. I could have probably figured that one out. I don't know. Another castle. It's done. It's done in time. This one's important. He does have flat chain to help it out. One of the things that I took me a while to learn is even if you have no archers, it's still worth it to get fletching for your static defense, for range and damage. A single monk. But I feel the corner has been turned. The scouts were the huge play and the Huskarls were not enough. Though he does turn one of the knights. Another monastery built. There's still the villager lead for Leidy. But the villagers have been... It's been a tough time. Let's make no mistake. Another monk. And the archer's trying to close in, but he might get a couple big converts. He's under a castle. He's fighting a town center and a tower. That's a lot. That's a lot to deal with, and the knights are slicing their ways through still. And it seems like he'll come out of it relatively well off. Well, the Huskarls are just not that good against things that can slap back. They bully archers, which is something near and dear to my heart. But they get bullied in turn by anything that gets a bit more intimate. So, well, now here we are. Arg has turned it around. The archers, the Ethiopian archers, clearly showing their value. They got 18% faster attack. And then the Shotel warriors are probably a pretty good counter to the Huskarls if we get there, but I don't know if that's the direction he wants to go. Surprise that these villagers a little optimistic here on the open field, or open swamp, I guess. Looks like Leidy relying on his disjointed sort of economy to make it very hard to keep tabs on. He's spread out throughout most of the map. Arg, a bit more contained as he's harvested most of the fish on this side of things. I mean, I guess they both have. And now what? Seems like kind of our most even game thus far. Well, I guess game 1 was pretty even. But the castle is coming online. 80 to... Arg has taken the Villy lead. He definitely has the momentum. But the monks, he loves the monks. The monks have carried him thus far. Can they carry him far enough? With a castle done, I seriously doubt it. Though he doesn't have the Bodkin arrow. And those monks are very vulnerable to repeated arrow attacks. Oh, wow. It's a... Wow. Yikes. Religion is dead. The prayers did not save them. And the pikes and Huskarls will kind of just roam around looking for something. And the Shotel warriors... None of these... Well, the Huskarls will easily absorb the arrow attacks, but the Shotel warriors might actually be the answer here. Just working on... Has that extra damage versus the building. He actually cuts through it quite quickly. Imperial's on the way for Leidy, trying to take advantage of this position. And we're gonna fight. And here we go. The value, pretty similar, though. Oh, wow. Oh. Oof. Owie. My bones. The pikemen mixed in. Certainly helping out. Loses 8 knights. Destroys... I do love this. Like, we have a live battle report. This is so much better than the SC2 version. But the pikemen taking out 8 of the knights. The Shotel warriors will clean up the rest. Buying time for Imperial. But again, what is he going to do with it? Conscription for the Goths? Elite upgrades? Ark should be getting Imperial. Right? Meow. Right? Meow. There it is. There it is. But still a minute and a half behind, so not a huge disparity. He's no stranger to being a little bit behind on the tech. The Knights are Shotel. How fast are they? Are they faster than Knights? They're not faster than Knights, but it's kind of close though. Yeah, 1.35 versus 1.2. And they get in. Shotel warriors off to the left. Knights in the main. There's a lot of arrows scattered throughout, but they do have the +2 armor. Only fletching to deal with it. No Bogkin arrow for either side. The Knights will be... Oh, the pikemen pinning him. But the Shotel warriors... Is that even how you say it? That's what my brain says, but... Shadow warriors? That's kind of weird. What is the choice? Chemistry. Chemistry? Do Goths have bombards? Hand cannon. I think hand cannon's not a bad choice in here too. Just gun down. Guns in general. Well known to be quite a historically overpowered strategy. It's 11-1 Villies for Lighty up against 117. The score in favor of Og still, and he hasn't even hit Imperial yet. But the unit count, he's got 30 Shotel warriors, 1 of random units he has left over from before, and 120 Villies. We have chemistry finishing up. How many archery ranges here? 3 of them. Chemistry's done. But the trebuchets are within range without having to go outside the admittedly weak palisade walls. He's got some hand cannons on the way. The town center. Holy fuck. Just tearing down the stone foundations in seconds. Oh my. That's a lot of damage. How long do you think a palisade gate is going to take? Not that long. But behind it, we've got some... It's still palisade walls. He's making it difficult. Wow, quite a scramble. But did he chop through here? He's got to be a little careful. Meanwhile, the trebuchets firing on one another. The castles. And, well, he's going forward. There's nothing to stop him from stabbing the trebuchet through. He's going to lose a lot of the pikes, but maybe a bit of a misplay here. Committing everything over to the left side. And now the Trebs, he's draining, he's melting through his stone in order to keep this castle together. But the hand cannons are building up. Conscription on the way for Lighty. What does he got here? Perfusion, which, as you know, but for those who don't, we all know, is barracks work. Whoa, 100% faster with conscription. So they will just spew out like zerglings. So 133% faster. I don't care if it's multiplicative, additive, or demonstrative. Either way, that's going to be a lot of units. So you can't make hand cannons with barracks, unfortunately. A major design flaw. Well, nearing 200 supply for both sides. The Goths, of course, don't care. They go to 210. Got that little extra bonus. But there's not much siege. The Scorpions, heavy Scorpions. Quite a counter. And the hand cannons don't really have an answer. The cost is about the same for both sides. The Scorpions are slicing through. The hand cannons blasting through the front lines. The trebuchets trading fire. But the piercing shots of the Scorpions are more than a match for the more direct hand cannons. And the trebuchet wars will go to the Ethiopians and the Scorpions clearing the field. A decisive victory. And we'll continue forward. A few monks coming up, but there was just no answer. The hand cannons were good against the infantry, but the Scorpions were good against everything else. And now what? Well, more hand cannons on the way, and the range difference... Can we, The range difference between them is not so much. If they actually get the direct fire, he's letting the Scorpions go down, which is maybe not the ideal. Scorpions with 8 range against the hand cannons, which have 7. So it's a bit fuzzy here. But the hand cannons retreating, the Scorpions still continuing forward. We've got siege workshops. He's got 4 of them. Yeah, the fish maze, creating a surprising set of choke points, which I think would most likely favor the, That's, Oh, he gets in range. He didn't have the vision. Does he have town patrol? I don't know how I see what text he doesn't have yet. Wait a second. I'll figure that out. I'm still only 500 yellow capture rate, right? Remember. That castle gonna get slammed and jammed and taken down in seconds. But more barracks on the way. He's already replaced his houses. 143 to 135 villagers. We've got torsion engines coming up. The blast radius of siege workshop units. Does that include Scorpions? Somehow. I don't know how you would do that, but... Just thicker bolts. Meanwhile, Shotel Warriors does not have the elite upgrade. Meanwhile, the Scorpions trying to march through. A bit dicey. Bombard cannons on the way. That town center. And some of the trebuchets in mediocre repair. Probably should commit some more castles over to the right side. The town center shattered. Easily. Meanwhile, elite Huskarls being researched. I'm not sure how much it reduces the damage of the Scorpions. It is range damage from the Scorpions, so maybe some, but it's a lot of that's a lot of Scorpions. He's got a lot of Scorpions. He's 27 Scorpions. Meanwhile, Trebuchet, but well, a few Villies pulled off the line, but they pushed through the center. Here we go. He's going all the way deep into the heart of the Goth base, which a dangerous game. Trebuchets and Scorpions just flinging through. The bombard cannons, though, trying to get in position and severely outrange the, does he have siege engineers? I don't even know if they have access, but the bombards trying to get close. The Scorpions just slicing through, eviscerating the Huskarls in a single volley. The Shotel Warriors easily cutting down those that tried to flank on the left, but the bombard cannon sneaking through the center. Fires off another couple shots. The Trebuchet lands a hit. He's gonna fire off another one. The Warriors try to chase it down. He knocks out 2 Trebuchets and the hand cannons as he comes through the gate. The Huskarls being pierced by an uncomfortably large amount, but the elite Huskarls just walking right by the Trebuchets, which seems like a bit of a missed opportunity, but he's not one to let that go. Well, meanwhile, the elite Huskarls, but through the fish maze, the bombard cannons flinging out shots from long range. The Trebuchets will try to target it. Looks like they've changed directions now. Gonna fire off one shot. Can he hit the bombard? Misses the mark. But the Scorpions are still incredibly hard to deal with. He knocks out another one with a bombard cannon. The Huskarls continuing forward. Shotel Warriors gets like 3 more. 9 kills thus far, but the bombard cut down. I think that was a trebuchet shot. Meanwhile, the castles on either side. It looks like the castle actually went down to that single trebuchet. But 2 can play at that game, as another one from Arg is continuing forward. The Scorpions still so hard to deal with. A single trebuchet still shelling the production. The hand cannons in questionable HP, but the Huskarls coming in from 2 different sides, trying to dodge through. The Scorpion count is slowly dwindling, but the Shotel Warriors are sprinting by. And the castle itself brought low by the slash and dash of the Ethiopian unique unit. But The center field and all the siege has been cleared. 139 to 196 supply, though. The Ethiopian rally point is so much to handle. It's 114 to 134 villagers. There's no castle left to stop them. The town center barely inconveniences these units. And despite the fact, and more, another round of scorpions. The bombard cannons as well. The Huskarls have made it a raid into the stone line. Another town center. The Shotel warriors swinging around the north. The Huskarls trying to challenge them, but again, they fear direct confrontation and are struggling at it. The hand cannons have been cleared from the field. 122 to 189 supply. There's nothing in the bank for either side. Well, there's 1,400 gold right now for Ark, but otherwise, they're spending everything they got coming in. 89 villies and dropping. That trebuchet. Another one stuck behind. Help me, step Treb. I don't know. JJ. It's all over. Wild. Like from the very beginning with the mass militia. 137 Huskarls. 137 pikes. 173 Shotel warriors. 55 scorpions. Hand cannons and knights. Quite an exchange. Feel like Lady definitely felt so confident, but the scouts did so well against the Huskarl. Like, the poorly upgraded Huskarls just got slapped around by scouts. Feudal scouts. Which felt, at best, lazy. And at worst, misguided. And that was where the tide turned. Somewhere around these parts, as we saw the military pop. So, at this moment, somewhere around here, the military pop being 28 to 6, which he leveraged well. And, well, the turnaround on either side, but economy, well played. I feel like Lighty doing his best to really play to the obvious strats, but still. The mass scorpion meeting the hand cannons. Disastrous. Not exactly the meetup he wanted to have. The scorpions were a strong... Now, the Ethiopians don't get any sort of... Well, does torsion engines apply to scorpions? Not that he had it early. But, Shotel warriors and camel riders. We make scorps wider, so extra thick. Wow, that's important to note. So, we watched 3 games. I don't know if there are more. There's one more. We're gonna call it a bet. I don't actually know if this is even the tournament. It's just they're the highest level players in the game right now playing, so. This is Shu versus Bengalis. I can't think of 2 civs that I know less about than those 2. But they do seem quite evenly matched. What the f... Is this Supreme Isthmus? Not again! No, I can't get away! Ah! Let me out! And why is every map a water map? I don't know what I expected. I said I would never cast Supreme. I didn't want to do any role-playing matches, but I didn't say anything about Supreme in Age of Empires 2. I guess he drives him Nick. totally best of 5.
什么？
So, Bengalis. Town center spawn 2 villas when the next age is reached. Cavalry. Elephant and naval civilization. Ships regenerate per minute. Monks have melee and pierce armor. And there's a mounted archer unique. As well as Rothas and, oh, the mounted archer and elephants attack faster. Trade units generate food in addition to gold. Is that completely useless in 1v1? Meanwhile, the shoe. Lumberjacks generate food in addition to wood. That's just a baseline? Archery unit attack at the archery range. And blacksmith costs minus 25%. Siege weapon. Alright, let me alt tab without falling apart. Siege weapons and siege warships move 10-15% faster. White feather guard. War chariot. Unique infantry that temporary slows. What are we doing? Oh, they're just slapping each other. This is what we do. We just read off the civ bonuses. I literally have no idea with these, so. Ethiopians and Goths, at least I've played them before. I know, like, this is the real strat. Bolt magazine. Coiled serpent array. These are all such fancy names, too. Spearmen and white feather guards gain additional HP when near each other. So like a bro fist upgrade. Bolt magazine. Okay, that's not that crazy. Foot archers +2 on a sight. So archer and siege versus elephant and naval. And here on Supreme Isthmus. Just Isthmus. Well, we'll see who controls the front line and who controls the seas. Interesting that, okay. So, how do I flip the, there we are. I like that better. I think, yeah. I'll work with it. Lighty has gone for a dock on either lagoon, whereas Arg has only gone for the one. So we can focus everything there, and that's extra wood invested, obviously. Huh. Sorry, I'm thinking. Takes time. No, you must speak. Look. Fish. Wait, no, that's not a... It's a great fish. A marlin, of all things. Didn't really realize they were down there, and there are different types. I saw there were some Wait, what is that? It's a whale! They didn't tell me your mother was coming. Which I assume is even more valuable? Huh. Interesting. Are there whales up there? Indeed there are. Yeah, it's just as important to work on my capture age ELO, my casting ELO, as it is to scout rush people with Franks and work up my actual ELO. It gives gold? What? What? This is not very practical knowledge. I believe the tournament is like... It's like Arabia Arena, and I don't know what the other map... There's only one more map. I don't know. And Fortress, which is like mostly Arena with a taste of Arabia, I think. Have these things often. It's good to know. It's good to know. Because there are some niche situations on, like, Arabia where you got, like, the little ponds and stuff that, well, You don't have whales in those ponds, so that's not exactly... But, you know, maybe we don't just cast one turn. It is interesting. Like, I could see... Now, casting every game of a tournament, just like in SC2, I don't love the idea. Because there's a lot of downtime. There's a lot of games that are just, like, one-sided. But there's a lot of very interesting sort of games as well. I could definitely see some highlights once I have any idea what I'm talking about, so I can tell how interesting it is. At least to people who have slightly less knowledge than me, which is most people, believe it or not. Right? Most people don't even play this game. They're like, but you're only in the top... No, I'm saying they haven't even touched it. They're playing team games. They've heard of it. They played it when they were 10 years old. 26 years ago. I don't know. But... Meanwhile... How do I explain this, though? Gross. Meanwhile, the Hulks are just kind of hooking all over each other. It does seem like... arg. That's how I feel when I cast water. The little hooks are meant to simulate boarding, so they continue boarding until somebody... I get it. It looks really dumb. It looks really dumb. It's like a... It should be like a one-time attack, and then they should be like, I don't know, have something. But that's just like my opinion, man. Well, something's happening. We're doing this some more. They board them until there's so many people it's too heavy and it sinks. Ah, that makes sense. Each of those is another person boarding the ship. Wait, what happens to the people that are boarding the ship, though? Ah, they also sink, but that's a sacrifice that they're willing to make. That's what you pay for. I don't know. That's part of that's the built-in cost. Obviously. The sunk cost, if you would. Or at least afterwards. Well, let's get some Hulk on Hulk action. There's also the most intense fight of the game. Lion versus Arabian Wolf versus Spearman. Who wins? It's gonna be really close. The Spearman with several HP. What the hell are those? War chariots are marching across, looking pretty sick, but what's even more sickening is whatever the fuck is happening here. The Hulk count is at 6 versus 9. Nice, but now they're distributed somewhat oddly. Do they do splash damage? Obviously, but do they do area of effect damage? Meanwhile, the war chariots are getting involved in the fight. And well, it appears Lighty has taken control of the northern seas. He has lost control of the southern seas. There is a castle. And he's making Rotha. Do they both have, like, chariot archers? That's pretty sick. I don't know if we're deciding to go with, like, a whole theme here. Ah, yeah, so just like the historical battle of the Ethiopians versus the Goths. And the Inca versus the... What was it? Jerkins. You know, from the great stories of history. Did you know I did the voice acting for this game? Meanwhile... Oh, they have swords, which are way cooler. Wait, the chariot race is on. Does seem like the swords are pretty, and they're significant. Their horses are way better, despite looking almost identical. They're way faster. I guess it's you don't need to aim really. Oh no, but the lions are getting involved. The castle is probably a pretty good counter to lions. Town center on the way. Mangonel. Meanwhile, cuts down the lions. The war chariot's around the corner. At the Mangonel! He whips it out! And the shot direct hit! Another shot! And oh my! Maximum damage! Oh, it's a disaster! Oh, he's eating it like he's been hungry since he was born. Alright. Well, that, was not the ideal engagement for blue. Lady struggling, just generally. He just kind of lost everything, which is probably not good. He does manage to borrow a Rotha there, which, may help, as those units seem to be working out better for his opponent. Meanwhile, he just is still fishing. I'm not sure why the Hulks were here, unless he used a select all army hockey or something. Meanwhile, Mangonel's still getting involved. And those chariots, despite the horses, it feels like they're slower than... Like somewhere in between cav archers and archers. Really struggling. And their hitbox is so chonky that it's a tactical disadvantage. Technical term. I don't know if the circle is their actual hitbox, but... If so... It does seem like... Look at the size. The hitbox is over here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it is. It's larger than the model of the unit. Oh, surprise. Another monk. Letty loves his monks. Unfortunately, well, I think he might get this one. He got it. That's a help. He does lose the monk, which is certainly not ideal. Meanwhile, the Hulks are still looking for... That's kind of the saving grace, is he's still fishing because the Hulks just can't maintain. Their attention span is non-existent. What upgrades? Lady has no... Are these ranged attackers? Which means fletching would be a good upgrade, I think. Right? And not having it would not be good. Meanwhile... The armor... Well, the upgrade... It's all over the place. This is... Wait, they're a siege unit? Oh, he's building them out of the siege workshop. Okay. Well, I guess for the other side, it'd be nice to have any armor. Wait, are they also a siege unit or something? I don't... They get siege engineers? The red ones are cav archers. Archers? Do words not mean things? So these are siege weapons, and these are cavalry archers. You can tell by their swords. Duh. Alright, that's just science. Meanwhile, he's still... The fact that he has not locked down the dock is going to cost Arg. I think he did have the Hulks. But the war galleys are now going to be drooling all over each other. I think he still breaks through, but there is a war chariot getting involved. Meanwhile, the chariots, another... Is that why the Mangonel was so insane against them? Huh. Meanwhile, the Rathas would rather go across the map. This is not a wall of houses. It's just a picket line. The villager count is 77 to 83 in favor of the Bengalis. Though, how much of that is fishing ships? 11 to 10. Actually, there's 10. Okay, he's got the whale. He's using the whale. The war chariot. Watch out, the mangonel. Oh my. Mangonel doing a lot of damage. On the other side, Mangonel's also doing a lot of damage. And honestly, these things are not very good against them. Meanwhile, there's a conversion of sorts. Everybody going back and forth and back again. And honestly, it's kind of hard to tell which chariot's which until they start slapping each other or shooting arrows. Mangonel is not taking no guff, as it does seem to be a pretty hard counter here. Another shot, another kill. Some more Rotha coming in. Arg starting to take a decisive advantage on the ground. Another conversion attempted. Whole lot of idle villies down to the south. Here come some farms. Better late than never. Meanwhile, the war chariots were shut down on the other side. Arg breaking through, optimistic about this castle, does not finish it off. Meanwhile, the monk just standing there. Not for long. Wait, what? They just died. Maybe they were at low HP. I didn't have the HP bars on. But the monk just smoted them with a strong glance. That's a verb. All right, that's the English language is a curious thing. Meanwhile, a villager decides actually war. Is the villager gonna counter the mangonel? He does what literally dozens of siege weapons could not, and he takes down the mangonel. And that actually might be enough to stabilize for the shoe. And now the shoe's on the other foot, as more war chariots. They outnumber. Well, the Hulk still struggle. I guess because the docks have the garrison is why he's not so decisive about it. But he's patrolling the waters to the north. Maybe I should be switching. I feel like this side. I like that more. There we go. Yeah, it was clearly wrong. I don't know why I thought it should be on the other side. That was super dumb. I apologize. Meanwhile, some hot Rotha on Rotha action. There's... What? 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 There's a monk! And a scout. Which, is... I don't think I've seen that show before. Meanwhile... Wait. White Feather Guard. Ah, the unique unit! This is still... Yeah! Kill that lumber. Shouldn't we do something else? No! The lumber camp! Well, you're gonna say the thing? No! Say it a little? Fine! Oh la la! Oh la la! Thank you. Well, Arg is somehow behind in score. He's ahead in villagers. Imperial Age is coming up for both sides, and honestly, I have no idea what's going on. I've had no idea for most of the game, but it's increasingly less coherent. Somehow the water is the only thing that's making some sense, as everything else is happening. Meanwhile, another castle. Wait, but the White Feather Guard are involved. Though, it appears they're trying to micro, which is a classic mistake. Wait, he gets close enough. Does he get the mangonel? Absolutely not. The castle on the way. A big commitment. And that means this attack will be shut down. But, how about the Scout and Monk combo? Moving in. Yes, don't mind us. We're just on a sightsee, a fact fight. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, shit. What a... And now, revenge! Scout Wick is on its way to challenge the entirety of the... Actually, no, never mind. I didn't like him anyways. You guys should really get ballistics. I don't... Well, Imperial Age is now done for both sides. We got Bracer on the way. For Arg. We got Bracer on the way for Lady. I don't know. I'm forgetting their names. And the scores are not too far off. They've each claimed at least one of the seas, but again, Arg has lost motivation, and that has allowed Lighty to build up a fleet. And I think this time he actually has enough to potentially reclaim the Southern Sea, but it's almost been, well, it's not fished out. It's just not as healthy as it once was, but we get closer and closer to the midline here. The back line looking strong on the economy for both sides, as you might expect, and we'll blame the front line for its failings. This is happening. Conscription. No wheelbarrow for Arg. We've got hand cart for Lighty. He's got 118 and one... Wait, what was that? Oh no, it's a disaster! The control slipped. And that means the Hulks will reclaim. He's gonna rebuild some ships, but I don't know if he can reclaim control of the sea. Or whether it'll even be worth it. So, 18 Rothas. A few trebuchets up against 14 White Feather Guard, 8 War Chariots. He's throwing some crossbows into the mix. Neither side has ballistics, which that's a mistake, right? Like, that's kind of important. I'm not 100%. Oh, what? Oh no! Too far forward! As they just kind of fling their arrows in the general direction instead. Meanwhile, wait, the Hulks won. Wait, no, they didn't. They didn't. As the rest of the fleet to the south. And Lighty starting to solidify a lead in many respects. Though he does not have any trebuchets. Ballistics is finally done for Arg. Is there even a university? I don't think so. Wait, there it is. Ballistics on the way. Both players realizing a traction trebuchet is in production. Lighty moving forward. 170 to 197 supply. And what? There's stone? And he's mining it from the islands, which both of them seem to know about. And it's time. Here we go. We're fighting! There's several monks behind. He hasn't started the conversions yet. He's going to do it now. The mangonel behind. Just one. He's moving the monks a little far forward. Another ambitious castle, but he's not quite in position to deal with the traction trebuchet on the way out. The war chariots, both sides marketing as hard as they can. The monks, the conversions aren't there. The death ball of Rothas. And the mangonel getting involved. He might be able to turn at the White Feather Guard. Oh, big hit. Down it goes, but one shot might be enough. The trebuchet's in position. Traction treb slamming into the unfinished castle. But the ball of Rothas is just... Well, the arbalists are helping, but the castle finishes. The trebuchets they tell you not to worry about now. As the castle's looking beautiful on either side, I gotta say. The seas have been cleared. But Lighty just cannot seem to win a fight on the field, though he's drowned him in the seas. As the Rotha, like, there's just no answer to the Rotha. He doesn't have mangonels. He doesn't have the maneuverability. The traction trebs are, oh no, they're fighting the other trebs. That looks like it's on target. He takes it down. The trebs are fighting one another. The Rotha switch to melee mode. Can they do that? I don't know if you're allowed to do that. But the Arbalists thriving in this scenario. He's able to convert a couple, which actually slows down. And it looks like Lighty taking a huge fight here. As the arrows will blot out the sun, and they definitely do not favor the shade. The Arbalists just machine gunning out dozens upon dozens of arrows. And I think they outrange? Yeah, well, I could do that. As the mounted archer is not quite enough. Traction trebs trying something. So many castles. White Feather Guard in the way. The production is redonkulous for both sides. 27 arbs against 28 Rothas with 14 more queued up. So we ain't done yet, but it's getting really, really painful as the critical mass of Arbalists is certainly getting the job done. The Rothas continue to be slaughtered almost by the dozen. But he's producing them nearly as quickly as the arrows are just pincushioning everything. The few white feather guards are absorbing a lot of hits and allowing the arbalist to continue forward, but somehow, because he's been mining the stone land in the corner, but so has Lighty. I'm not actually sure where his stone has gone throughout all this, but he definitely has been mining the stone islands as well. In fact, there are two of them. There's another one on the other side. Some skirmishers mixed in. He's just still building Rothas. Just keep sending it. Traction trebs to the top left corner. A castle may finally be taken down. The arbalist count has been whittled down to 16. Lighty still has the resources to build more. He's got 50, 64 on wood, and it's still not enough. The Rothas continue. And the ball of arbalists has become barely a blob as the Rothas continue to be spammed across the field. Another castle in a very forward position. The traction trebs slowly but surely working their way through. I don't know if he has masonry or any of those fancy building upgrades or just has so many buildings it's helping out. But the stone on either side still relatively healthy for what it is. He's mining from both stone lands. This one's about to mine out. Finally, the docks and fish traps will be taken down, and honestly, having the ships in the sea may be cutting into the supply. 135 to 126 villies. Lady clearly has the advantage, both in the unit count and the general position, but he's just not breaking the Rothas. Which, I'm not... Well... There's still 4 castles against 4 castles. The transport, the villagers have completely mined through. But the Rothic, it's 158, and that's it. It's over. He lost his critical mass. He lost his castle. He lost the game. What a mess. I don't know what unit would have been better. I think he just kind of got locked into the Rothas. Can they, like, switch modes or something? Ah, that's pretty sick. So he was using the melee mode a lot, and then... Huh. It's pretty cool. But, like, 50 Arbalists is even cooler. Well... What a mess. Let me see if there can't be another. Because remember, I did not... Oh, there is! They just keep going. I have no idea. I don't know what the actual tournament bracket... I was making it up. But... Yet another map. And each of the games has actually been very educational in what sorts of units you can build. I don't know if they are the ideal ones, but they're certainly stretching to completely different sort of... What the hell is this mess? Well, I don't... Wait, there is water. But I think for once, it is not a water map. As... We're catching up to live. Oh, we've actually caught up to the players enough because probably they had to restart. They had to actually set up the matches that we are now live with the delay that's built into every match. So we have the Tupi, which they start with plus 25. Villagers can garrison in settlements. Fallen units return 15% of their cost. Archery range and barracks upgrades cost less food. They have the Blackwood Archer and the Ibirapima Warrior. They also have Caciques. We're just freestyling now. And Karare. Poison damage. And towers and castles provide plus 10 pop. Versus the Britons. Who are the Britons? If you don't know the Britons, you've never played this game probably. But, Shepherds work faster. Town centers cost less. Wood foot archers have more range and even more range. They got longbowmen. Generally and historically, the Britons have done their best to optimize cowardice. So it's all about archers from extreme range and fortified defenses. So, all tied up. This will be the last game tonight for me. Though these players put on quite a show, though they don't necessarily know it, because one of my favorite parts of AoE 2 is how you can watch literally anyone's game. As long as... I don't know if you can hide private lobbies, but any ranked match and most custom matches you can spectate. With a 5-minute delay, I believe, is the built-in one. I would give so much to have that option in StarCraft 2. In fact, it would give me so much more because... Literally, imagine if I could just spectate Cyril's games. Nobody would put on a tournament again. Well, here come the Britons with the militia, which you don't really expect. But not everything. I think an important part is realizing that just because they're the archer civ doesn't mean they can't... Oh, what a save! The garrison in the settlement saves the day that villager will survive. And honestly, in the counter champies, the Britons do not have such ability. No micro to block out the villager, but... Oh no, he's straying too close to the TC! Loses one of the champies. Meanwhile, Billy's... Stab down the scout. Gonna just work on the house. Might just be worth letting them have a go at it. Quick wall. Gonna slap at the mill. I do love that. It does feel like a high impact. Slap in the mill. Doesn't look like a very sturdy structure, does it? I don't know. Feudal on the way. Gonna be a little bit quicker for the two. Arg. Getting that tech up just a little bit earlier, but the aggression has already been quite dramatic. Though, the ability to garrison in settlements really feels like it kind of invalidated a lot of the potential strength of the militia. Kind of like the Khmer ability to garrison in houses. What is this? Champy runners. What is it? Scouts and then runners. We got man-at-arms for Lighty. So we're going to continue on the infantry road. $24 villies apiece. Neither side has lost any. Did he trade out? Where did that villager that was hurt go? Oh, he brought it back to the farm. Smart move. Oh, but gonna try to garrison. The body block, the slaps, but no! Citizens arrest. Again, and on the other side, still just working on the house. Saves it with the settlement. And he's buying himself... buying a lot of time here, but... Again, the settlement... garrison seems like the defining characteristic. So convenient. Trading out the villies that are a bit bruised to go live their life upstate on a farm. Meanwhile, blacksmith on the way. And a lot of gold. Oh, wake up! No! Lost track of some of the villies. Gonna do some quick walls on the gold. Oh no, the men-at-arms hunted down, though he may have slapped one of the deer. Just trying to, reduce the value, it looks like. But the champy's the same thing. It's a water map, alright. Can't they... Wait, is this a... Huh. Because this is technically water, and they will drown They will literally drown. They cannot swim.
Mandatum.
That does not seem like the ideal outcome there for the Britons. Oh well, the archers. But the champies sprinting down a hill should easily get at least one of the villies. 2 or 3 wouldn't be out of the question, I don't think. Tries to slap his way forward. And looks for the body block. The archers themselves, and well, fletching completed. Some good micro keeps him from suffering even more dramatic losses. And the champions, they're fast, but they can't outrun arrows. Well, they kind of can, but only if they've already started running. And the skirmishers already. Turns it around. Fletching done for both sides now. One archer taken down, and the units are 4 archers against 7 champions and 4 skirms, which does not seem like enough defense. And the skirms don't do a lot of damage, but they could easily get on top of the gold. It looks like Lighty was trying to sneak his way up towards castle, but that is getting a bit more optimistic. Champies got to be careful not to run through. Meanwhile, yeah, no chance at castle anytime soon for Arg. A lot of villies just kind of wandering around trying to figure out where they can go. And right now, there's only one wood line that's even mildly protected. The scout's on the way. He's still building. He's getting +1 armor for the infantry as well. Don't know if a scout beats a champion. It looks like it does. Not sure if it was at full HP before, but...
Ready.
Oh, wow. Well, when I said it didn't do much damage, I feel like that was a bit of an understatement. As with Loom, it is mildly inconveniencing, though it forces the villies away. And he might be overstaying his welcome here. There's several scouts. The archers get a good angle. The scouts could duel with the skirmishers. Reinforcements are on the way across. And, well, the skirmishers will be targeted, but he gets a tower. And that could turn things. Some archers now for Og. Leading on that mid-game aggression. That feudal aggression, rather. I think we're not even mid, or early mid. Looking like a pretty mid defense right now, though. As barely any units. He hasn't been able to get to castle. He can't mine any more gold, but he has enough to get there if he needs to. Meanwhile, Og, on the other hand, there it is. Immediately clicks up. He's kept the pressure on. And the champies with some range behind. He's going to have castle faster. By a pretty decent margin as well. Now, if Lighty can actually cut this down, are there any spears mixed in? No. He's boxing out for now. He has to know that the aggression let up because he's going castle. That's pretty clear. And, oh, he's still in a rough position. The market, he gets enough. He's got it queued up. It begins. It's going to be on a 1-minute deficit. So, the Britons, with their archer range, if we can get crossbows, if we can get bodkin, that's when it starts kicking in. Right? Like, and that's those are some big ifs at the moment, since he can't mine any gold. Well, he's found another one. This is still just sad up here. Meanwhile, though, not nearly as sad for Arg, though struggling to get the deer too close, but much better than the 0 deer that Lady was able to acquire. Oh. We're working off of one range so far. Indeed, only a single archery done. Castle is completed. Is there enough for any upgrades on the way? I don't know if I can get like a production tab for the upgrades. Is that something I'm missing? Like, oh, it shows up. It shows up. Yeah. I'm dumb. Also, shut up. 40 seconds to castle. It's still... He's selling wood for gold. Preparing, I think, to... Well, get anything. He's building some extra archers. Oh, the champions get into range of the TC. A small mistake because of the pathing. And, well... That's something. All before any of this is actually hitting. And okay, wait a second. Right as castle is finishing is about the best time he could possibly get. And suddenly, yeah, with the scouts getting involved, well, a bit optimistic on how well those scouts are going to do, but another town center on the way for both sides. And so evenly matched, which is kind of the point of the tournament from the little blurb I read, is not quite pro, but very evenly matched. And, well, here we are again. As Arg with a 2-Villy lead, but 3 TC for the Britons. And he's got Bugkin, he's got crossbows. And Champy... What are it? Warriors. That's the next step. Not going to invest any further in the archers for now. He's already got the +2 armor. Squire's on the way. Extra movement speed to get a little more personal, which we all know the Britons not big on. Farms coming together. Finally, the last offending units are taken out. It looks like we got a macro game on our hands. Despite the efforts of both sides, it almost cancels each other out. Small pathing mistake, and is able to catch those champions before the warrior upgrade kicks in. And now Lighty with the crossbows online. How much pierce armor? 5 pierce armor. We got 7 damage. So pretty decent. Is there a university? Indeed there is. And ballistics? Not quite ready yet, but I'd imagine soon. Because aiming not their strong suit at the moment. A castle on the way. He did manage to secure that stone quite early on. Through all the pressure. So... Now, this will be spotted. He's going to wall off. He can use the town center and the towers here. The positioning, very good. And a quick wall. One more for the... There it is. Though, could just bash through the house. He doesn't want to challenge. Unfortunately, a few villagers in an awkward spot. One might get super murdered, but that is a price he's willing to pay. The castle is done, and the crossbows are just headed across the map. Oh no, he doesn't see it yet. He's not going to have that much time to react. So the oh, he A-moved him. Oh no, they're getting caught on the outpost. That gives him a little bit more warning. As the crossbows not focusing. No, he's moving by now. Ballistics is not done. It's about to complete, though. Bash it through the houses. Some longbows in the mix. And how do you deal with the crossbows? He's got elite skirmishers on the way. The crossbows are inside of the base. The villagers are also inside of the base. And that's unfortunate because the arrows can easily reach that sort of range. He's just going to walk right by, eat a few hits from the town center. Speaking of, the champions on the other side doing the same thing. But there's not enough room at the inn. Oh, no. Terrible, terrible damage for either side. 9 to 7 eco kills in favor of Lighty so far. And with the crossbows, he's going to continue those efforts. The champions roaming around, but suffering from a severe lack of being able to shoot pointy sticks from very long range. Well, champions back at home in the settlements, but another couple villies will get gunned down. And Lighty about to turn the tables on the villager lead. And so much idle time as well. The longbows trying to fire up a hill. Not going to work out for him. He's looking the other way. The champions trying to take advantage, but they're not going to find it. The skirms? Still, the range on those Britain archers against the elite skirms. He doesn't have Bodkin, and he's not... Wow. How do you even close the distance? He needs siege, right? Like, gonna... Or just overwhelming numbers. The skirmishers supposedly the counter to archers, but clearly it's not working out. Though he strays into the town center again. Loses 2 or 3 more crossbows. Not something he can ill afford. As it's still ARG with 69 villies to 69 villies. They get resources on unit death, but they get more resources if they don't lose their units. Well, that's actually not... You know what I mean? So it's not so bad to lose them. It'd be better not to, but it isn't as devastating. Ballistics is done, so the skirmishers, he's literally at the ends of the earth. There's only so many places left to kite to. And the warriors running by. Still chasing. The crossbows have racked up the kills. The eco damage, 15 to 7 for Lighty here. The Britons, the crossbows, just pin cushioning villies, will finally be cleaned up. 73 to 79 villies in favor of the Britons. But what's the standing army? We got 10 Champy warriors, 11 skirms, a couple archers against 13 longbows with 4 more in production simultaneously. And oh no! A castle! The siege is not done. A very, very forward castle. The longbow... Oh my. That range. It's kind of its whole thing, right? Trying to get the siege online. A battering ram already on the way. The longbow's just pin cushioning. A few skirmishers are harassing the workers, which doesn't really seem like the... doesn't seem like a great use of their talents. And that castle commanding a very key part of the map and found the only hill in that area, of course. He's got a battering ram garrisoned within the siege workshop. Mighty, obviously inspired. Gonna build a workshop of his own. But how are you gonna deal with this? A mangonel is on the way. It's looking real dicey, despite the score. The position is just so good. The longbows to cover. And a mangonel could easily deal with the rams. Though it's going to take a while for them to be forced out. There might be one opportunity to break out. One shot. Will he capture it? Or will he let it slip? He's building more skirms. He's got 13 queued up. 5 more Champy warriors, but... The longbow's kiting the skirms. He wants to try to drag him into mangonel range. Neither side even thinking about Imperial. The siege workshop. Oh, no, 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 no. We gotta be so careful. You gotta be so careful. He's not being careful. This doesn't feel incredibly careful. Oh, he's trying to buy time for a ram or 4 more. Ram pops out. It's ramming time. And the villagers on the other side. And the mangonel is being targeted. The dodge, huge hit on the skirms, but the rams are slapping through the mangonel. What a save with the repair. The shot dodges one side. More mangonels. He's ramming his way through the skirms. He gets one. The repair was late. He's shooting through. Another huge shot. The rams, he's down to 3. The mangonel being targeted. The skirm's on top of it. He's trying to dodge mangonel shots with rams, which is a thing, I guess. The Champies! Another hit! Petard! Wait, that works? I don't... Oh, at the base! One more mango! Oh, no! So close! But yet... wait, another battering ram's about to pop out. It's not over yet. The Petard, though, I think made the difference. It brought it just close enough. And he saves the castle with less than, like, 20% HP. No, the longbows just wander forward and all die to... Oh, no! Because on the other side, there's still a few champions in the back. The longbows are almost entirely reset. They got longboned by some mediocre pathing. And there's still a couple of the archers left over from all this. Still have 0 kills in our... the toll booth over here. The Champy Warrior's actually gonna rack up a few more kills. The castle repaired. There's still a couple of villies behind it, I guess. Or is it healing itself? No. There's gotta be a villy healing. Wait, what? Does it just repair itself? How is it repairing? I don't understand how castles work, I guess. The rams! There's really no anti-ram besides villagers, which is creating some issues. Meanwhile, the manga now. No, but it's still going up. It was being repaired until stone ran out. Fair enough. It's longbows and villagers against rams and skirmishers, which is certainly quite a... It sounds more like a math problem than a strategic situation. Lighty has 14 longbows, 102 villagers, and 1 mangonel. Arg has 2 rams and 37 skirmishers and 14 warriors. Who wins the game? It's still unclear as neither... Well, Imperial starts for Arg. But the mangonel is rampaging throughout the countryside. Until 1 champion warrior, but the arrows... It has 9 kills, and now it's assaulting the town center. The villagers dodging into the town center. Back out to deal with the ram. The skirmishers raining down on those villagers. Not sure how many kills they actually got. 18 kills between all of them. Another mangonel is coming up. There's still 1 just pounding its way through. Imperial starts. Watch out! Oh! Mangonel. There's no repair coming through, but he gets another hit. Slaps through a bunch. Takes out another. Another mangonel shot. Good split. Dodges most. Gonna try to get another hit. That one hits pretty hard, but one guy just tanked it, most of it on his direct face. The mangonel's taking out some more skirms. The castle will be forgotten as the aggression, the mass skirmisher aggression continues. He's inside the house for whatever that's worth, as they will continue to... It's like throwing pool noodles at him. But throw enough pool noodles and they'll get very annoyed and maybe hurt themselves in their confusion, as several villagers will die to the dozens of skirmishers. Meanwhile, 11 longbows and 106 villagers against 33 skirms, 8 warriors. There's still an archer somewhere. Ah! He has 2 kills! He's still going. The rams! Rebuffed by the citizenry. Imperial about to complete. Heavy plow also about to complete. And Imperial's done. What does he get? Bracer. Immediately. Does he have enough for chemistry behind? Wait, chemistry is on the... Not engineering bay. University. Got conscription. Does chemistry affect skirmishers? Meanwhile, Imperial for Lighty. It does. Good to know. But we've got big ram upgrade for extra thickness. Meanwhile, another castle. These two just going at it. 5 games in a row of chaos. And it's still unclear. The archer has 3 kills and counting. The rams, big mango hits. And another shot! Oh, it's a lot of damage. The mangonel could easily be repaired. It won't. Wait, it will. It survives, racking up the kills and the damage, and the rams will be shut down. Are still with a score lead. It's 144 to 124 villas. It's still longbows and villagers with the occasional mangonel up against mass skirmisher ram. But trebuchets, the market. We've got chemistry for either side. Conscription for the Britons, as well as bracer. Better late than never. And the rams just... Mangonel still doing a lot of damage, but that capped ram Adding a lot of potential. I think it's going to survive long enough to take out the market. There it goes. And we'll try to escape, unfortunately. Hunted down. Both sides. The 2B castles are crazy. Wow, that's wild. Like, literally. Meanwhile, the Trebuchet, the castle that lived. 38 kills. Might get a couple more. But I think it will finally falter. After the Trebuchets from... Oh my. 40 kills. How about the Archer? The Archer died. And with it, hope. But he has something much more important than hope. He has Trebuchets, which are... Meanwhile, just mining throughout the field. Though the skirmishers, again, really not very efficient at killing anything but archers. But they technically can, and that's really the important point here. 3 trebs, though the range on those cats, he doesn't have vision. What? Where is he going? He's trying to get to the hill, I guess? God, trebuchets are like... They're like herding very fat cats. They never listen to you. They're incredibly finicky. And their maintenance cost is absolutely ridiculous. Meanwhile, the Blackwood Archers. Elite Blackwood Archers. Does he have the fancy poisonberry arrows? I don't know, but... Meanwhile, the longbows against the trebuchets against the castle. The skirmishers out in front. Some light cav finally being added in. And the mangonel... mangonel fires off a shot. Oh, directed. Skirms take out the rest. And the Blackwood Archers. Oh, just melting through the light cav. And, well... It seems like Arg may have done it. It's been... That castle bought so much time. But it wasn't enough. These skirmishers are grinding their way forward. Do we have... They don't have the range to contest. Nothing has the range to contest longbows. That's the whole thing. But... Well, there's a huge battle on either side. The longbows still trying to chew their way through. The skirmisher count has dwindled, but the Blackwood Archer count has certainly not. 52 and counting. He's at nearly 200 against just 162 supply. Though the longbows... Oh no, the mining camp! Blackwood Archer is a well-known predator of mining camps. Unfortunately, the mining camp not exactly the greatest target priority. And that may give him some time. Though the trebuchets are still just kind of taking pot shots at almost everything. It's getting hard to see a winning situation here. But the longbows are still keeping things at bay. He's building light cav. He's got 26 longbows at the core of it. Still 132 villagers. And the longbows, the intercontinental ballistic longbows, are holding things back. But he's starting to get supply blocked as well, as losing castles is certainly not very helpful in the grand scheme of things, or the not-so-grand scheme of things. The light cav just melting, but the longbows are getting a lot of hits. The Blackwood Archers from either side. Longbow count starting to dwindle. On the screen, we got 36 Blackwood Archers, 25 longbows. Kite's back. One of the last castles being shelled by the trebuchets. The skirmishers. He's getting close. The longbow's not backing off. Losing a few more. And maybe it'll be whittled down, but at what cost? Arg! Fighting through. 128 villages to 143. The light cav holding. That skirmishers trickling across. Random lumber camps distracting much of it. Almost impossible to avoid sometimes. The Blackwood Archers down to 18, whereas the longbows have massed up yet again. Though the trebuchets might be able to take some shots at him. The light cav on the trebs finally. Wow, still super tanky. Does he have any upgrades? Kind of. 3-3 for the archers. It's just mass skirms here. but he's got some skirms in front as well. He's not giving it up. He's not going quietly. And the archers are, if they have the poison, I don't know if it does extra damage against, this seems like the only way to falter here is to trickle into longbows. Yeah, 10,000 food is a bit. Does he have the production? Wait, you make them out of archery ranges? There are 10 archery ranges. The Trem, still working on it. He's got some... Oh, another round of free kills. Mass skirms. Finally, the Trebs will be dealt with. Still, 130 villies for the Britons. Well, the map... Clearly, the score... Thing is, he's now got 30 longbows. And there's no more Trebs. So... There's a dream, I think. We'll see. It comes down to how many skirmishers decide mining camps are the most important target. Or houses. As just unloading on each other. A single Trem. Don't make it weird, alright? The Blackwood archers trying to close in. No siege. He's going for the villies here. There's still 7,500 food, 1,200 gold. He's got... Well, the Trebs are chewing through. The Blackwood archers rallying. 107 kills to 31. Honestly, just click on the longbows. 106 kills on these 30 or so long, 31 longbows. That's kind of their whole thing, though. Light cav. The armies are just... It's 173 versus perpetually 200. But he's gonna get the Treb. Backing off with the longbows. He needs cavalry in front to eat the hits. Longbows getting targeted by a legion of skirmishers. One after another. Meanwhile, the Blackwood archers are engaging the houses, which is less productive. One at a time, but there's only one castle to get the longbows out of. So rebuilding the count, even with elite longbows, is taking quite a bit. Over 9,000 food to nothing. 2,000 gold. Were there relics on this map? There definitely were. Who has them? I don't even see them on it. There's a relic on the ground. What? I don't know how to see them. Wait, did he convert? I don't know what the default hotkey is for monastery. Relic gold. He has 2 against 0. There it is. Oh, it's right there. It's on the default. Okay, well, I'm done. Thank you. We don't even need to find it. You don't need to see it. Just believe the numbers. All right, they don't lie. +3. Oh no, the longbow's straying into range. They have one job. Run away. Another trebuchet. And he actually cleared the field again. It's to 10,000 food. He can't spend his food. Like, what does he sink his food into? You don't have scouts, right? Like, he can't... He doesn't have that much wood. There's still plenty of trees. The fact I'm even talking about that is hilarious. There's relics scattered throughout that Lady could have a couple if he could spare a moment. But he's been fighting for his life. The Champy warriors are rampaging throughout the base. And I don't think light cav is really the answer here. But it's the only answer he has. The skirm's out in front. He's gonna target the longbows. He's gonna eat some heavy hits. Oh no, the champies! He has to back off. The champies and another 2 more trebuchets. Would you die already? I know. He has almost unlimited money. You just can't kill him. Meanwhile, it's just so much. The champy's chasing him all the way back. He's back down to 24 longbows and dwindling off of his one castle. And the trebuchet is still finding success. Another castle on the way, a bit optimistically. Again, he whittles down the entire count, but the light cav is gonna come sprinting out. The archers being hit by the longbows. Though, the light cav is just not good enough to deal with the champies. Right? Right. Yeah. Slows him down a bit. And the skirms, the kill death ratio might be literally 20-1, but it's worth it. He's trying to repair. The stone is draining. He has no stone income. The longbows, just, he can't keep the longbow count up. He wants to keep it up, but unfortunately, it's just not working. He's gonna try a castle down the center. He can't seem to break out. No, the longbows are getting close enough to the castle. He's almost out of stone. He's repairing. And if he gets the trap, but it might cost him his longbows. Oh, and a shot! He knocks out the trap, which may save the castle. And that might... he can't kill it with one trap until he runs out of stone in a few seconds here. Oh no, the trap is saved. But stone, down under 90. In the midfield, the skirms, the trash on both sides. Still 8,000 would... 8,000... Would you die? He won't... He refuses to die. The trebs... The Britain trebs are pretty strong. The longbows down to 18. And he just won't die. Oh, the accuracy! And he ran out of stone, but he killed the trebuchet before the last rock could land. And he will survive just that little bit longer. But now there's a castle down the center, which is going to complicate things even more. He's building 3 trebs at a time. Arg! Definitely feeling his own name right now. Would you die? The scores, I don't think, really tell the story of the situation right now. Lady has not been maxed out for like 30 minutes. Whereas Arg has been struggling to figure out what to do with 200 pop for that same amount of time. He is completely no gold, no stone, no hope. He's gonna try the longbows retreating back. He's got 18 longbows. Over 1,000 units dead and counting. He's got a couple relics now. But Arg now has 3. The trebuchets are closing in. In an unbelievably hard-fought battle. But I think the war will go to Arg and the Tupi. What a game. Start to finish. From the ram attack to the castle who lived. The longbow ball. The early aggression on both sides. The last castle. The trebuchets are inside of the base, hitting farms and such. The Blackwood archers cutting off the rally points. There's still a siege workshop for some reason here. 0 stone. The light cav are actually gonna hit, kill some of the trebs, but they're still. Gee, it's all over. And in the best of 5 is what I'm calling it. I don't know if it's an even longer series, but that is it for me. I don't. Arg, with 400 skirmishers, 200 Blackwood archers, 163 champions, up against 200 skirms, 200 scouts, 100 longbows. He will eventually power through, though Lighty not making it easy for him. And it looked like there were a few moments. I don't think that's just caster speak. There were a few moments when he held the castle in the center, and then cleared the trebs and got the longbow ball that maybe. But Arg had enough production to overwhelm him, which is not as easy as it sounds. Like, especially if you're disadvantaged at that stage. Like, everyone's disadvantaged in range against the Britons. So, trying to figure out how to actually use 200 pop to kill him is a real struggle. But well played. Well, I'm not even gonna look at whether or not they're playing again. I don't want to know. All right, we've watched a best of 5. Arg wins it, but I don't have it in. Another. We can't do. That's it. Thank you, Lorimbo. I'm looking forward to playing again. Unfortunately, it's been a week and a half, and we still got nothing, right? But thank you for watching. Hopefully you enjoyed. That was from AoE Pong tournament. I don't know why it's called that, but it's like a amateur. It's a semi-pro tournament. Those players were around 2,300, which is the equivalent of high masters, low grandmaster, and SC2. So very good, but certainly not perfect. And hopefully, just like hopefully, the commentary. And we look to improve. But as the tournament coming up in a few weeks, as I'm going to do more and more casting, a little bit less playing, and try to get more acquainted with Capture Age and, you know, the game itself. But thank you for watching. If you're on the YouTubes, and if you'd like to see more, it's on Wintergaming TV, my second YouTube channel, but for everything that isn't StarCraft related. Otherwise, I hope you enjoyed. I hope I made your day a little bit better. I think I'll be streaming today, whatever a little over 12 hours from now is, but but we'll see. Otherwise, hope I made your day a little bit better. Good luck. The map list for the tournament is Arabia, Arena, and Fortress. So all those fancy maps, no, they're not gonna. They're just gonna play the ladder maps, which yeah, makes sense. But Fortress is just like Arena Light. So, but thank you for watching. See you next time. Good luck. Have fun. Hope I made your day a little bit better. Did you?